What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes, and the target is
and it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty Harrison!
A new trophy, a new champion, and a new day brings new opportunities. Welcome to day 2 of Group A here at Champions Week at the Modus Super Series. Yeah, hello, welcome along to the live lounge in Portsmouth, where if day 1 is anything to go by, we could be in for quite the treat here in Series 10's worth of champs. As you can see, brand new trophy, and 2 men that definitely know what it's like to lift the big trophies are with us in the studio today. The 2015 World Champion Scott Mitchell, the 2010 Players Champion Paul Nicholson will be with us analysing the action over the course of the week. And day 1, how would you assess upon it so far?
Pretty cool when it comes to Derek. I think he was excellent. His levels were fabulous and sustainable. And even when he faltered, it wasn't for long. I think when we look at the stats in detail, we'll see that Derek is maybe a better player than we all thought he was. He's finding a new level and a pretty good time to do it.
What would be your assessment of the rest of the pack?
I think the 2 young guys at the bottom end have sort of come in and were a little bit like a rabbit in the headlights yesterday. Alex Small had to wait a long time, having won week 1. So they know where they are now. They know what they're doing, and I expect to see better from them today. But the mid-pack, McGurk's been great. It's just Tuesday's moving day, and we all know that this is the day you've got to make your move if you're going to win Group A.
Right, let's have a look at the table then following the first day's proceedings. Derek Coulson won all 5 of his games. He's got a 2-point lead at the top of the table from the reigning WDF World Champion Shane McGurk. Scott Campbell and Mervyn King are in the middle portion of the table. Jensen Walker just a solitary win, and Alex Small still looking for his first win at Champions Week. And Derek Coulson, by winning all 5 of his games yesterday, has tied a Super Series record, 17 consecutive victories. He hasn't lost a game at all in this series. He played the Group B. He won every game there. He won every game on the finals night. He won every game yesterday. He's doing things the like of which we've never seen here before.
Yeah, this is starting to be like the Oakland Athletics in that movie, Moneyball, isn't it? There was a banner in that movie in the stands, and it said, "We may never lose again." Derek Coulson may never lose again. The way he's going, what a run he's on. Daryl Pilgrim got to 17, and then after that, when he got the record, he faltered in his next match. But you just don't expect Derek to falter the way he's playing. Now, he is aware of this record. It was yesterday where Chris Murphy told him about it, and he said, "I want this record." So when he comes into round 1, he knows exactly what he'll have to do.
Perhaps just as importantly as well, Shane McGurk, his first opponent, knows all too well about that record. And as we've seen from Shane, particularly at the Lakeside back in December, when he's got this ultra focus about him, he is a very hard opponent to dislodge.
Yeah, mentally he's very strong as a player. So these things don't seem to faze him like they do other players. But if you're going for a record, I mean, the last guy in the world you want to be playing is probably the world champion. And him knowing that there's a record on the end of it as well. So there'll be a bit of extra spice in that first game, I think.
Well, this is how the players got on yesterday here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. These are the stats for every single player. As you can see, Derek Coulson top of the table and played the best stuff of the day. 97 average for the day. But you look at Mervyn King down there, Nico, 90.72 average of the day. The scoring was absolutely fine, but there was just issues, wasn't there, finishing legs off.
And from the get-go as well. From his first game, there were problems on the outer ring. His bullseye shooting wasn't great either. Maybe he just needed yesterday to find a little bit of repetition with something he's doing in the practice room. We know how good his work ethic is, but the thing is, for some reason yesterday, it didn't click. It's going to have to click today, otherwise it's going to be a secondary group for him in Champions Week.
You were also mentioning Jensen Walker and the same kind of troubles he had on the doubles yesterday.
Yeah, gave himself opportunities, but then got to the doubles and had a bit of jelly arm. It seemed like, he just wasn't himself. And that's not the Jensen I know. So whether the situation here is very different when you're playing in a group like this and you lose your first couple of games and it all becomes highlighted, the doubles become thinner and thinner, and it becomes more difficult to win your first game. He did eventually get over the line with that, so I'm expecting to see a better Jensen today.
Let's have a look at the odds then. Now, this is for both the group and the week for the players that are involved in Group A. As you can see, perhaps unsurprisingly, Derek Coulson has come in price, 7-2 for the week, 10-11 favourite to win the group. Shane McGurk, 9-2. Mervyn King was the favourite before a dart was thrown to win this week. He's gone out to 6-1. Devon Peterson, David Evans and Reece Robinson in the top half of the bracket, but in the bottom half of the betting, it looks as follows. Sam Spivey still being backed by the bookies at 11-1. Scott Campbell has come into 18-1 for the week, but 8-1 for the group. When you have a look at some of the changes in terms of the markets, what particularly stands out for you?
I hate to beat the same drum as yesterday, but Scott Campbell is still too big. 22-1 yesterday was, in our own words, ludicrous. Today, 18-1. We knew he was going to be shorter after yesterday's pretty good performances, especially in his last three matches. But it's still a bit big for me. I think someone who is growing in confidence. And you look at the way that Marvin van Velsen was when he won a couple of series ago. He was on the same sort of trajectory as Campbell, getting into the best form of his life to date. And people have won series by doing that. So I still think 18-1's a bit big.
80 games to go now until Champions Night. The first day has come and gone. The days tick down, the matches count down. And in terms of an opportunity for somebody to lift a big title like this so early in the season, what kind of catalyst could this be?
I think it's huge for all of them. I think it would be probably the biggest thing that most of them have achieved, maybe not Merv, but at this stage in Merv's career, it would be massive for him as well. I think this is a magic opportunity for 12 players, and I think that they're all thinking it could be their time. You've just got to get that run to the final just right and get your timing right on the Saturday night. And I still believe it could be any one of the 12 that pick it up.
In sport, what you do next stipulates where you go. And the first series of a year like this, it stipulates how your year will pan out. It's as simple as that. Some people may not have taken the most of the first series of the year. Someone like Scott Taylor would admit that, but some people really have.
Right, gents, thank you very much for now. We shall see you both in the commentary box in a few moments' time. To our first game, it's a meeting between Scott Campbell and Mervyn King, and this is a real jostle for positions in the middle portion of the table. Mervyn King, of course, peering at Champions Week in his debut here at the Super Series, and early on this morning, I had a chat with him. Mervyn, day two for yourself here at Champions Week. What would be your assessments upon the opening day?
What words am I allowed to use?
PG preferably.
It was pants. Wasn't great. Didn't play particularly well. Had fits and parts where they went well, and then sessions where they didn't. Bit inconsistent.
In terms of the points you got on the board, do you still feel like you got an opportunity if you have a good day today to kind of get yourself back into the mix of the top end?
Yeah, I mean, it's only the second day, so yeah, there's always a chance. I lost a couple of games yesterday where I really shouldn't, and I don't know. I don't know what happened. Didn't really feel it yesterday. Feeling it a little bit better today, but who knows? They still might be as bad, or they might be wonderful. Preferably the latter.
In terms of this week, though, Champions League as a whole, what kind of opportunity is this for yourself?
It's great. I mean, I won the week, and that was, for me, that was fantastic because I hadn't won anything for quite a while. Been down in the doldrums, not playing particularly well. Had periods where they went really well, but other periods where they didn't. Inconsistent yet again. So it was nice to walk away with a win for the week. So this one, if I won this, I've got to up the standard because I'm not playing well enough to win this, I don't think, at the moment. But there's today and tomorrow and another couple of days. So if if I can walk away winner of this one, I'll be one happy bunny.
We wish you all the very best, Mervyn. Good luck.
Cheers, thank you.
Gets the ball this time.
Second leg.
1-2-7.
Games on the third leg.
Nothing.
Games on the sixth leg.
Superb.
Mervyn King, under no illusions that he's going to need a big day today if he's going to have a push to the line on Wednesday here at Champions League. He takes on Scott Campbell, for whom yesterday was a day of two halves, but he's managed to put himself very much in the mix going into today's action, which is all going to be described in the company of Scott Mitchell and Paul Nicholson.
Yes, I think Tuesday will be very intriguing for the King. Looking to make a move, and he's under no illusions that if he doesn't make a move on Tuesday, then he's not going to win Group A in his debut series. But Scott Campbell, who has gradually improved every time he's come here, that's how it feels anyway, is in the form of his life. International, now going on various tours, getting various experiences, and this is just another thing he has to hurdle. But only one can win this week, and only one can lead this table overnight into Wednesday.
First
it will be
leg,
interesting to
it's
see who
Mervyn
that
to the
person
first.
is.
Game on.
But this return fixture from yesterday's final match of Monday, Scott Campbell would dearly love the same result because Scott Mitchell, he did play his best game against Merv yesterday, who's hopefully had his worst visit of the day in his first visit.
Yeah, that was a touch unfortunate, wasn't it? I don't even think Scott Campbell could believe that. It's not. I don't think that's something I've ever done, you know. I don't think I've ever knocked a few darts out. I don't know what that feels like.
I'm with you there. But I think some players get their darts to land quite neutral, whereas the people that you see having that happen to them are always upright angle players.
Yeah, no, I actually agree with that. Now I think about it, I'm trying to think about all the darts that I've ever seen fall out in that manner. I mean, we've seen Gary Anderson do it famously at the World Championships, haven't we?
I think about Kevin Garcia. I've never seen anybody have as many clean fallouts as him at the Czech Darts Open in 2019. 13 fell out the board. And his angle, very, very upright. But you've just got to be very wary if you're getting a very upright angle of attack, like both of these players are. The points that you use
59
and the distribution of weight of your setup is crucial.
And
Mervyn had a pretty decent start yesterday. And towards the end, he lost ground. It's almost as if these two had very contrasting days. Mervyn was better at the start. Campbell was better at the end.
Yeah, my summary of Mervyn King yesterday was that the outer ring just wasn't working for him. He tried everything. He tried 16s. He tried to go across the 18s. He tried to move around the board, and which is a sign of class that you know that you're not doing it, and you're trying to change it up and trying to do something else. But he offered so many opportunities with 3 darts in his hand. He had a 25% checkout percentage and still achieved just over a 90 average, which is crazy. He'd have been up around 95 if he'd have been taking them out and a real force in the group.
50.
So I understand where, with his interview before, he's a little bit sceptical about how he played and he's not playing well enough. There's just one aspect of the game that he didn't play well enough, and that was the doubling out.
57. Mervyn, you require.
Let us just remind you that his first visit of today was 5. And that department yesterday wasn't cooperating. He had a real tiff with the bottom left corner, especially double 16.
Second leg, it's Scott.
But he has swept the first visit under the rug and has moved on very quickly. Yeah, 25% on the doubles for Mervyn yesterday. That was 12 from 48 attempts. So
100.
48 darts at a double. That's enough to have a really good day. But only hitting 1 of every 4 shots, that isn't good enough, especially
98.
when there were 3 players who had a better percentage than he did.
And ultimately, you can look at sort of playing averages, but it's the percentages that
100.
generally tell you where you're going to be in the group on the double. It really is like that. It's pretty straightforward. If you're not hitting doubles, you're not going to be top of that tree, and whoever's hitting their doubles best generally is.
Something weird did happen yesterday, though. The person finishing in 5th place, which was Jensen Walker,
125.
he had more darts at a double than anybody by 12 shots and still only walked away with 2 points.
135.
So at least Mervyn wasn't the worst at doubles yesterday, and it's not just Mervyn that would like to fix the outer ring today. Jensen will have to do a little bit of a better job himself.
Obviously, the players aren't sort of privileged to the stats that we have, and sometimes
Mervyn, you require
you go through the day not
128.
knowing what you've done the day before as a player. You just go on memory and you go on what, reminding yourself what you felt like in what moment. But we're very
44.
fortunate that we have
Scotty
great stats
requires
here at the Super
76.
Series, and we're able to get them pretty much up to date as they happen if needed.
It's tops for Campbell,
Game shot
and that is the
second
first
leg.
15
Scott
darter of the
Campbell.
day. His percentage yesterday was 34%, which is
Third leg.
a
it's
roundabout
Mervyn to the
average
reversed. Game on.
for everybody who plays here. But his overall average of 90.01 for the day, that's encouraging. We know there's another gear because he showed it against
123.
Mervyn in game 15 on Monday. But overall, if you're averaging 90 for the day, you're doing some good stuff.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I think he's on the move at the
91.
moment in his darting life. I think he's on the move. We're just starting to see him sort of step up that another notch. He's another dart,
100.
better per leg, isn't he? He's just starting to move.
And there are people like Scott everywhere around the world. People who've always had talent,
135.
but have never had the opportunity, whether it's financial, whether it's logistical,
92.
whether it's the fact that their life has less complications, which allows them to do whatever they want. And that could be a combination of logistical and financial. But predominantly what we see
55.
are players like Scott who have children who have grown up a bit, and now the door's open and they say, this is my opportunity. If I don't do it now, I
134.
never will.
No, absolutely right. And I think every player has a turning point in their darting life. I'm sure you can pinpoint yours. I can pinpoint mine. It's just the way that's the way the game works. And
32.
you can
Mervyn, you
also
require
pinpoint players
52.
that it happened for them so quickly that they didn't have time to soak it in and are now not around, So slow and
shot
steady
the
does
third
win the
leg,
race sometimes.
Mervyn
And Merv King hits double 16 for the second time. He's 2
Fourth
from
leg,
3 on
it's
his doubles
Scott to the
today.
reversed.
And if he
Game on.
continues in that vein, he will have a chance of setting about this group today on Tuesday moving day.
30.
How much do you think he spent on double 16 time-wise this morning? Because it really wasn't good yesterday, but today
100.
it seems as if he's got a sweet spot for it.
He has, and every player is different. I mean, for me, if I'm messing around on the outer ring, the worst thing I can do is go and practice it, because you highlight it. You're highlighting it to yourself, and then when you come out, you get tense when you get to that double, and it changes everything. So I tend to, when it's not quite working, I don't over push it. I tend to work on my scoring a little bit more to try and make sure I get there a little bit quicker so I can have some more darts at it. And I know that sounds strange, but it's just a kind of reverse psychology type thing. And also, if you can get there a little bit quicker, it does give you a little more time and you're not under so much pressure when you're going for that said double.
That makes perfect sense to me. There are plenty of players out there who don't spend a great deal of time on doubles. I don't necessarily subscribe to that, but you have to do what's best for you.
Oh, don't get me wrong. If I'm playing well and I'm hitting doubles, I will practice the doubles. But when I'm having a problem with them, I won't sort of highlight the problem for myself. I'll go and work on something else. Because accuracy is accuracy. No matter what you're working on accuracy. So when you then go back to the doubles, surely the accuracy will come. That's my theory.
174.
Now we're cooking.
111.
Back-to-back 3 treble visits. Just one needed now. That one.
79.
That could have been a thunderous 15-darter. And now King is back to 32. What happens next? That happens next.
Flag, Mervyn King.
That's 3 hits out of 4 attempts.
Fifth
And the
flag
Mervyn
is
King
Mervyn
we
to the
all know and
reverse.
love has turned up on Tuesday.
Yeah. So effectively, he's gone from 25% on his doubling yesterday to thus far today, 75%.
40.
Marked increase.
That's what makes Group A so intriguing. Because you might be a morning person. You might not be. Mervyn first in the building again today. He's always up at the crack of dawn and knocking on the door as soon as he can.
140.
And also the Merv that's playing better and feeling better scores better. And we're seeing that this morning as well.
I don't think his scoring has ever been under question. He once held the record for the most 180s hit in a Lakeside Championship. That was back in the late 90s, but you look at those numbers now compared to what's happening these days, it's
100.
frighteningly different. And we do send our congratulations to Michael van Gerwen, who won the German Darts Grand Prix last night, beating Jan van Veen in the final.
100.
Only his 38th European Tour victory. And Mervyn's career could have changed had he beaten Michael van Gerwen at the 2012 World Grand Prix. But that's a distant memory, as Mervyn sets up potentially another shot at double 16 to win this one by the same margin that Campbell beat him yesterday.
85. Mervyn, you require
This one looks like a bridge
41.
too far for the Scot. But it's
Shot
brilliant
and the
on
match,
double 16
Mervyn
from
King.
King. Tuesday is moving day, and he's already made a move of some sort. That was a really good performance from King. His best average yesterday was 95.97. He has bettered it by 4 points, and he may have caught Campbell cold, because this one goes all the way for Mervyn. One miss at a double. It didn't do him any harm because he wins by 4 legs to 1.
Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side.
60.
To become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie,
approaching the
require
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw
you
the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Got
Couldn't
it,
get the
gets
job
it.
done.
Got to end the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Here at the Super Series, and there's a feeling that on the basis of yesterday's play, Derek Coulson could very much be into a third Champions Night here, and if he wins this game against Shane McGurk here, he would break a Modus Super Series record, because currently he is on 17 consecutive victories. Now that is level with Darryl Pilgrim, which was a record that he broke at Series 5's Champions Week. Derek Coulson looking to do something similar here in this first game against Shane McGurk. However, even if he does break that record, it could be broken again later on this week, because David Evans is on 16 consecutive victories. And so if Derek Coulson overtakes him, it could be a record that doesn't last long. But importantly, Shane McGurk also knows this record that is at play. And you get the sense that these are two of the premier players of the group going head to head in this second match of the session. Let's get into it then in the company of Scott Mitchell and Paul Nicholson.
I just love those two words, don't you, Scott? And counting. Because everybody has their eagle eyes on this game. And it is interesting that Henry brings up the fact that Shane, 29-year-old from Monaghan, nicknamed the Arrow, and the winner of week 4, he knows that Coulson could set that record in this game. And if he wants to get to 18... there aren't many trickier opponents in this venue than this guy right now. If he does get through Shane and sets the record, if he wants to make it even longer, things don't get any easier, because Derek Coulson's second game today is against an improved Mervyn King. This is why this record is very hard to set.
First leg, it's Shane to throw first.
Yeah, particularly
Game on.
being it's Champions Week, you're trying to set it. You're not setting it on, you know, a qualifier or whatever. You're setting it against the top boys that have all won weeks.
100.
And I'm sure Shane McGurk is going to see this very differently today than he did yesterday.
But one thing we can't refute is just how well Derek is playing.
140.
And I don't want to go all Ali McCoist here, but he really is. Average yesterday of 97.18.
100.
He had the most 180s of anybody. He had the best individual average in a game of anybody. He had the best checkered percentage of 44%. And he did not lose a game.
57.
That must be the best he's played here. Any day he's played here.
It definitely is. There's no two ways about it. But the way that Derek plays, he just plays at the next 3 darts at a time. Once the last 3 are gone, they're gone. There's nothing you can do about it. You can't look back. You can only predict the future, not the past.
140.
Yeah, if you were going to make an AI-generated figure of Derek Coulson, I'll tell you how it would look. Exactly the way he looks today. And the accessories would be a set of darts, a dartboard,
81.
and a Modus Super Series microphone.
64.
He needs 164 to break in the first leg. Bull.
139.
I'm surprised he missed it. Because we did a bullseye challenge earlier and he was dynamite on the bull.
Well, to be fair, he didn't miss a 25 either, so fair play.
Give this man a ladder.
Not there, Shane-O, not there.
6.
Nor is that one.
Look at the angle that went in at.
25.
It's almost pointing 45 degrees left. Double 5.
20.
Early weaknesses,
Shane, you require
which
20.
could be exposed.
Doesn't often miss 10s, does he, Coulson?
Game shot on the first leg.
Double
Shane
that
McGurk.
Shane McGurk has got the first leg off him from, but it was McGurk's
Second
throw,
leg,
so
it's Derek to throw first.
it was a good save of
Game
throw.
on.
Coulson will be disappointed. He had chances there.
Yeah, Shane played fairly well yesterday. He might not have had the highest of averages,
45.
86.4, but everything else was pretty good. His double-double hitting yesterday was excellent. He had 3 of them.
108.
That was a pretty good triple. So not the start that Derek wanted. But Shane
97.
only lost 1 game, and that was to Coulson yesterday. He would like to even the ledger.
140.
And he had something on his mind there. He's thinking, my pal Heenahan's got 3. I wouldn't mind 1. He's going to have to wait. Well, effectively, Connor's got 4.
59.
Because he had 1 in Southampton as well. What has it been about this series of people repeating the trick? Jared Cole gets a second 9-darter. Heenahan gets a third. But repeat wins of people in Champions Week, not as much of a thing.
97.
Coulson is a repeat winner.
76.
McGurk is a surprise first-time winner from Series 10. Double 4. And that is not a surprise. That's a 12-darter, and this is the best start that anybody's had against Derek this week.
Third leg, it's Shane to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, you can see from those numbers that, yeah, Derek's not playing to type that he has been.
100.
But we can see that Shane is also playing well above type from yesterday.
Yes, he is. McGurk averaged 88 in beating Alex Small in Game 2 yesterday. Derek won 4-3, averaging 90 against Campbell. It was a workmanlike performance.
139.
But if Shane gets the result here, I would not want to be Mervyn King in the next game because Coulson went berserk yesterday in his second round match. That was where he had that 106 plus average.
98.
And it could have been better. Shane's going to have to stay on the 19s.
64.
That was plan B, and it worked pretty well.
60. Shane, you require 158.
This one's getting away from Derek already. If he wants to set that record, he's going to need to win the last 4 legs. Because look at that.
Shot on the third leg.
Another
Shane
big
McGurk.
roundhouse kick from Arrow. 3-0, playing
Fourth leg.
stunningly.
It's Derek to throw first. Game on.
I'll take your 106 and I'll raise you 6. That's what he's doing.
Yeah, absolutely. Great
93.
point. And Shane knows that if he has any plans to top Group A and have a couple of days off,
45.
he has to target Coulson today and tomorrow, you would feel. And you would say that he is definitely targeting this game from the get-go, is the Irishman.
100.
So let's say that Derek does not win this game. He will remain, for at least a couple of days, the tied record holder of consecutive wins
140.
with Pilgrim on 17. That means that David Evans, when he comes here on Thursday afternoon in Group C, he would have to win his first 2 games to set a new record of 18.
60.
We know David. We know what he likes. We know what he can do.
77.
He's the only person in all of Champions Week that won Group A and actually qualified on the Saturday night. But he would love to set that record.
140.
I think anybody'd love to set a record here. It's just that you don't want to set one for the wrong reasons, being the lowest at anything.
30.
You don't want that.
Yeah, you don't want to have
108.
a record of not winning a game in a group or something like that. These are good records that we're talking about. Tops.
88.
Well, it's going to be a temporary reprieve here for Coulson because he has got double 10 again, but he may have to hit it.
108. Derek, you required 20. Game shot on the
You were right,
fourth leg.
Scott.
Derek
He doesn't miss 10s very often. He's still in this one, but he still needs to win 3
Fifth
straight
leg,
legs to
Shane
get out
the
of it.
First. Game
And
on.
a nice 180 lead 29 is always good for the average as well. Always good for the 3-dart average.
100.
Can't be a good dead cat shot. No cats were harmed in the hitting of that 180. Now, Super Series mascot, I'm sure, might be making a visit to the live lounge this week. Archie, the dog. Be nice to see him. The official mascot of the Modus Super Series. And Shane is very much finding the sweet spot right now.
$85.
Now, Coulson is in big trouble.
In my parts, they call it mahusive trouble.
140.
It's not about the record
Shane, you
anymore.
require 121.
This is about the fact that Shane McGurk could equalise the points total of Coulson.
67.
Even though he's missed the single there, he is going to get a shot to win 4 legs to 1. What that would do is it would turn the table upside down a little bit. The start of the day, 4 legs apart.
Shane, you
This could
require
be
54.
a 6-leg swing to put McGurk top. And it just had to be
And the
tops.
match, Shane McGurk.
So Coulson will not set a record on his own. And he can forget about that now as he starts again in the next round. 17 straight wins. He will have to settle for that with the Pilgrim record. But McGurk, now with the 4-1 victory and that incredible performance, the best of the week so far, 100 and 7.65 with 4 out of 6 on the doubles with that wonderful 158. That means that Shane McGurk is top after the second game of the day.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, it felt like you'd have to put in something special to beat Derek Coulson this week, and that is exactly what Shane McGurk has done. An average of 107.65, a 158 checkout en route to a 4-1 victory against DC, and ending that winning run at 17 matches. Next up for us, as you can see, Jensen Walker is in action against Alex Small, and going into this one, they're the bottom two in the league standings. Let's hand over to Scott Mitchell and Paul Nicholson for all of the action.
Yeah, big fan of that performance from Shane McGurk, and also a big fan of the name of where Alex Small lives, Wattsville. Interesting name. I wonder if one of the Watt brothers knows about Wattsville. Well, JJ Watt, formerly of the Houston Texans and the Arizona Cardinals, is a very happy man today because his beloved Burnley Football Club were promoted yesterday
95.
alongside Leeds United. Yeah, apparently Leeds crumble wherever they go. No, they don't. They're promoted, and well done to Leeds and
45.
Burnley. But these two would like to be promoted from Group A, and if they're going to do so, they're going to have a rather remarkable Tuesday,
84.
Scott.
Yeah, they are. Their head-to-head yesterday came with both their last game, and neither had
135.
had a win, and Jensen Walker ran out winner yesterday, but the averages weren't good. But then that was the end of the day. We're at a fresh day now. We've drawn a line in the sand. We've jumped over it. New day. New line of thought
81
for both players. And I'm sure that they'll be trying to right the wrongs of yesterday, without doubt.
134.
Yeah, blinking, you'll miss this one. This is the swiftest game we can give you.
108. Jensen, you require 129.
So Alec will get a chance. After the max.
42. Alec, you require 60.
To get his first leg on the board.
Game
That's
first
more like
leg,
it.
Alex Small.
We didn't see a great deal of that yesterday. Authority. To get rid of
Second
240
leg,
points in 5 darts.
Game on.
Only 22% on conversions yesterday.
60.
But he did get the fewest darts at double as well, so it's not just about the doubles for Alec. It was also about the scoring element and the approaches.
99. $100.
We also talked at the end of the show, Scott, about his rhythm being a little bit in and out.
44.
I know we're only 1.5 legs in, but it already looks a little bit better.
85.
Yeah, it looks better. The results are better so far.
100.
What I mean by rhythm is that he's getting into position and every dart is taking the same amount of time.
60.
That is critical for a fast player. Because if it becomes too swift, all of the timing goes out of the window.
140.
And let this be known, if Alex Small gets it right
96.
this week,
Jensen, you require
he could
118.
easily break the fastest game record if he's up against the right opponent. But Jensen's on tops.
Game shot on the second leg.
Say no more.
Jensen Walker. Third leg, it's Jensen to throw first. Game on.
2 legs, less than 3 minutes. And I don't know if their uncle is called Bob.
57.
But in this series, it has been Series 10.
108.
Records broken.
He.
Things like the fastest game ever seen in the live lounge.
108.
They're being very rude. They're not going to let me talk about it. They keep interrupting with brilliant darts.
100.
Yeah, these two really going for it today. There's no two ways about it. They've obviously called home, had chats with people close to them that know the game inside out. They've obviously been told where they feel they've been going wrong, and whatever they were told,
108.
we want more of it.
Jensen, you require 164.
54. Would have left Bull for a wonderful leg of darts. It could still be.
41. One.
Oh no.
Jensen, you
Now
require
Jensen
32.
could overtake.
Game shot
Where have we heard that
leg,
before?
Jensen Walker.
I think the interceptor does sound better than the overtaker.
Fourth flag, it's Alec to throw
Those
first.
sorts of legs as well. That's just a hold to throw for Jensen Walker. But as a player, it always feels like a break, even though because
82.
your opponent had darts at it, and it just makes it feel like a break every time that you get one back like that.
97. $98.
I have a theory about Jensen Walker as well. I think he's a burgeoning talent. I think he's got a lot to offer the game moving forward.
99.
And I think he'd be the favourite dart player of resident aliens on The Simpsons, Kang and Kodos.
60.
Because they would say, our favourite dart player is Jensen.
That would work, yes, with an automated
174.
voice box, without doubt.
There's no alien to shots like that.
100.
My word, this game's good.
Jensen, you require 131.
2. of tops or 5 of the 16s. That was an interesting choice.
74. Alec, you require 81.
Double 9.
63.
You
Jensen,
can't take your
require
eyes off this.
57.
It is breathless. It is
Shot on the
stunning.
fourth flag.
What a
Jensen
great
Walker.
game this is. Both averaging around 100.
Fifth flag. It's Jensen to throw first. Game on.
4 legs completed in less than 6 minutes.
43.
That is always the barometer of not a quick game,
140.
but a game that is so quick, you might as well put it in the Hadron Collider.
Whatever that is, I've got
87.
no idea what that is.
The CERN Super Collider in Switzerland, it's a very big
60.
loop where they do a lot of physics experiments about collisions of atoms and particles.
I do know what that
140.
They said when they made it that if they switched it on, it would be the end of the world.
is.
And they were wrong.
134.
If I started talking selectomatic with you and you wouldn't have a clue what that is. It's a hydraulic system on a tractor. But there we go. So knowledge is the bomb, young man. Knowledge is the bomb.
Alec,
I
you
couldn't
require
agree more.
167. 47.
Knowledge
Jensen,
is
you
power.
require 97.
Accuracy is paramount. And winning is brilliant.
57.
Winning is not what Jensen has
Alec, you
just
require
yet.
120.
He's had a couple of shots at tops.
Jensen, you require.
He's missed a
40.
couple of visits, and it might be 6 games without a victory for the wild card. Walker has turned up,
No
but he
score.
still hasn't won.
Alec, you require 40.
Double 10 for Alec.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Why is it
Alex
always
Small.
the bottom corner that's hit by the person who has faced the match darts? I really hope that Jensen
Sixth
didn't
flag,
see
it's
that.
Alex to throw first.
I always liken when you get down to the winning double in darts and you don't hit it with 3 darts. I likened it to being in a school running race and running to the line and just like stopping and letting the other guy come steaming on past you and win it.
100.
Very frustrating. That's what I see in my head when I do it. And that's not even the egg and spoon race, which I was very good at.
96.
I bet you had a really nice free range egg as well.
Absolutely, a lot heavier. The yolks are bigger and yellower, they're
97.
heavier. So yeah, I wasn't the fastest running style, but it was a smooth running style that I had.
100.
We had that silly race where you had to put the beanbag on your head,
97.
and then if it fell off, you were out.
Nah, we couldn't play that one at my school. We had too many in my class that had necks
46.
like tree trunks. Been cheating.
Can you imagine putting a beanbag on the head of a dart player and
140.
telling him to stay still? It might actually be a nice coaching tool.
Be all
Don't move too much when you throw.
59.
Be all right for
Jensen, you
James Hurrell. He got
require
no neck
67.
anyway. Him and Gladstone Small, I think the bowler are related.
Double 16.
35.
That's now 6 darts
Alec,
for
you
the match
require
missed. And Alex Small's on 120 again. Can he get it this time?
100.
This time it's low.
Jensen, you require 32.
Got to have a little composure here.
$24.
He cannot believe it.
Alec, you require 20.
He may have to believe this. It's double 10 again.
Game shot
And we
on the
go the
sixth leg.
distance. What a
Alex Small.
strange game this has been. Thoroughly brilliant and thoroughly
7
unpredictable.
from final leg. It's Jensen to throw first.
It's
Game
gone
on.
from a 100 average game to a 91.5 average game. But it has been enthralling, to say the least, from the
140.
two people at the bottom of the table. These are supposedly the two
100.
worst players in the group from what evidence we had yesterday.
It's just darts, mate.
96.
It makes no sense. We know that. Look at that power pack scoring. Look at it go.
140.
He almost turned that 4 into a 5.
95.
If Jensen walks away with a defeat in this one, this could have an impact on the rest of his day.
140.
Yeah, it could, but I
Jackson, you
wouldn't
require
allow it. I
170.
think he's played okay. Played much better than he did all day yesterday here in this
59.
game, even
Alec,
though
you
he won a
require
game yesterday.
121.
So I think there's moments to look at and go, yeah, this is going okay.
49. Jensen, you require 111.
I think he needs to hit this.
71.
And that's double
Alec,
figures
you require 72.
of missed match darts. He's hit nothing on the outer ring since having a 3-1 lead. Tops for Small. And he
Shot
hits the
and
match dart.
match. Alex Small.
First win of the day and of Champions Week. It will upset Jensen Walker, that one, because that is a game that was in the palm of his hand, but he just couldn't close. And Small has so much relief, but he stuck in there and put in a very good performance, averaging 93.03. He had enough chances, and that's what that game was all about. If Jensen took his, there's no way he would have gone to a 7th leg. So round 1 is over. Next, we come back with DC against King.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Jensen Walker spurned darts to win his match against Alex Small 4-1, 4-2 and 4-3. For Alex Small then eventually crossed the line, sealing an incredible comeback. And following the first round's worth of play, this is how the table looks. That's Alex's first win at Champions Week here in Series 10. And that defeat for Derek Coulson against Shane McGurk means it's the reigning WDF World Champion that leads the way following the first round's worth of play. Mervyn King is looking to keep tabs with the top two as he takes on Derek Coulson in the first game of the second round's worth of fixtures. And for Derek, who looked in a very good position following day one's worth of play, could find himself a little bit behind the 8 ball here if he loses this one against King. So let's get into this one then and hand over to Scott Mitchell and to Paul Nicholson.
Things have indeed bunched up a little bit, but that is, I suppose, from a neutral standpoint, a good thing for us, a good thing for everybody watching on Pluto TV, because we don't want someone to dominate the group. As much as at some point we'd like somebody to win all 15 games in a Group A, that has never happened, and it's not going to happen this week either. So that has to
First
wait.
leg, it's Derek to throw first. Game on.
Just like setting records for consecutive wins. Derek now shares that record with Daryl Pilgrim. But for how long? Now he has to rebuild and start again against the King.
131.
He's got company on 10 points now, Scott. So the dynamic of the group is just a little bit different.
Yeah, it is. And
92.
Get the better of Derek here, then there will be lots of company on 10 points.
Like we mentioned in the previous round, Coulson had his best round yesterday in round 2. There is something to be said about round 2. First game, you're just feeling a little bit like you need to find your gear, find your rhythm. Some people aren't morning people, like Derek mentioned yesterday, said that about himself. But when you've been on the stage already and then you revisit it, it just feels a bit more familiar for the day.
$140.
Every player in round 1 averaged over 90, apart from Scott Campbell. That's a fairly clear indication of the levels we're getting from Champions Week already. 90 averages are plentiful.
$98. Derek, he requires 70.
Now, this is a steady start from Derek. Found himself always chasing Shane McGurk in his first game. Maybe it's time for him to be the person setting the target.
Game shot of
And that's more
leg,
like it.
Derek Coulson.
Yeah, it's a good finish. Merv has kept him under pressure, but
Second leg, it's Mervyn to throw first.
Coulson has stepped up in his averages here. I know it's only one leg in, but he's running 100 average. At no point did he do that against McGurk, because McGurk really did have his foot on his throat.
He just about tipped the 90 in the end. But I reiterate what I said yesterday. Mervyn is thinking, where has this guy come from? He's been a thorn in King's side
100.
for what feels like most of 2025. Mervyn knows a thing or two about that. When people have joined the circuit, or when he joined the circuit back in the 90s, people probably said, well, who's he? Who's this guy he's won the Gold Cup pairs with, who had a bit of a moustache, a little bit of a goatee beard, and normal hair? That was a guy called Peter Wright.
100.
One of the first things that he won was the Gold Cup pairs with Peter Wright back in 1995.
Yeah, I think the picture goes round fairly often, doesn't it, on the social media side of things?
Yeah, it's one of my favourites.
57.
Seeing dart players before they were superstars. Pictures like Michael van Gerwen with hair. Steve Beaton, like he's doing a Soul Glow advert.
105.
Scott Mitchell with an invisible dog.
Yeah, I don't look any different now, though. That's the trouble. I just lost the dog. Put it down somewhere and couldn't find it.
100.
Still one of the best gimmicks ever tried.
Revenue required,
Fantastic.
96.
Do you know, it was such a split. Loads of people hated it. But Merv will love this. 99. Oh,
Gibbs on
nicely
the
done,
second
Merv.
leg. Mervyn
1-1.
On that note, what has
Third leg,
Merv's
it's
best
Derek to the
gimmick been
first.
in his career?
Game on.
What's the best thing he's done to get crowd engagement or something he's done
140.
that is noted as infamous?
It's got to be it's got to be the social media side of things where a GIF was more or less
100.
immediately made. And if you type that in now to any phone anywhere, put really in as a GIF and up pops Merv. It's just, I mean, it's just global.
140.
I suppose if he was going to have a chat show and he was the host, it would have to be called Really.
140.
Well, this really is turning into a good game, and we expected it to be.
57.
I remember when Mervyn was in the Premier League, and one of his video packages
83.
included him
Derek, you require
sitting on a throne putting a
164.
crown on his head. This could be crowning glory. Well, if he'd chosen to go for it.
132.
But we've already seen a lot of really good game positioning from Derek. He's never tempted to go for shots that he doesn't need to go for.
81. Derek, you require 32.
So that's to go 2-1 then.
Game shot on the third leg. Derek Coulson.
And that's 2 from 2 on his doubles. He's back
Fourth leg. It's
on
Mervyn to
track,
go
isn't he?
first.
Yeah, averaging
Game on.
nearly 108. Now, Scott, a question for you. Have you ever, or do you like double 15?
100.
I'm not the biggest fan of that side of the board anyway, 10s or 15s, to be honest.
Can I ask why?
So I don't hit it very often, mainly. And it
Six.
seems every time I go for double 15, I hit a 15 and cause myself all sorts of problems.
One of the main reasons why world-class players don't like double 15 is because it's an odd number.
100.
They prefer to have even numbers. If double 15 was, say, double 14, if it was the same position, it was bottom right corner and it was double 14, would you like it more?
Yeah, I probably would actually, yeah.
100.
So by token of that, you're a right-hander, I'm a right-hander, Mervyn's a right-hander. We look at double 15 differently because it's an odd number. Think about Derek.
100.
He's left-handed. His equivalent double, the way that we see double 15, is double 16. He probably likes double 16 more because it's even.
60.
Yeah, it just breaks down, doesn't it? You can give it a real good go and know that you haven't sort of dropped a clanger. And I don't care where double 16 would be on the board. It could be in the double 3 position for me and everybody would
90.
still be trying to leave it.
That's true.
Because it's just, it breaks down. You can give it a good go.
$100. Mervyn, you require
I get the feeling this game's going to be
111.
close. And Mervyn is sticking around as he leaves double 16 this time.
Game shot on the
It's
full
getting
flag.
pounded.
Mervyn King.
Doubling masterclass this.
Fifth
You
flag.
say about
it's
the double
Derek to the
15, and we've
first.
seen Luke Littler do it on the
Game
9 data recently. I actually marked a game after losing to Martin Atkins in one of the qualifiers for the World Masters when I first started with the BDO. And then Martin Atkins
68.
played and Antonio Alsnas. He qualified from Spain, and over he came. And first leg of the match that I marked, he went 180,
55.
180, 60, 51, leaving double 15, and threw his dart at tops. So I write up 30 on the board, and he say, no, Mitchell. 40. I say, no. 60,
130 now.
51, double 15. Oh, no. And he was beside himself. And then Martin reeled off 9 legs on the trot and beat him 3 sets to 0.
Ouch.
100.
And that was the end of that.
That's a bit like Jamie Hughes having a miscount on a 9 dart attempt at the Pro Tour once. He didn't realise until he'd thrown the first dart wrong.
100.
No, I remember that. I think Jamie. People bring that up with Jamie every time you see somebody. I think.
100.
Coulson's in a really good
Derek,
position
you
here in leg
require
5.
154.
Now what does he want to do? Even a single 20 is a good shot here.
94.
And I think that's exactly what he did.
Yeah, he stayed safe, didn't he? It was a safe dart.
There's no point trying to snag a 60 there. You get a bad collision.
100.
All sorts of
Derek, you
bad things could have
require
happened.
60.
Leave yourself the 2 darter. Take it out. You may even get another shot, even if you miss it. But he
Game
doesn't
shot on
need
the
another
fifth
shot.
flag. Derek Coulson. Sixth flag. It's Mervyn to the row first. Game on.
I'm starting to get the suspicion that Mervyn's got a lot of respect for Derek. I think he's the kind of person and the kind of player that he can stand
56.
back and admire. He doesn't do anything out of the ordinary. He just does the right things very well.
Yeah, agreed. I think he is a Mervyn type player, one that he looks at and respects and goes,
140.
you know, that's the way I like it to be played, and I respect that you play that way against me.
I don't think he likes playing against him.
134.
Well, no, his record's not very good against him, is it really? But yeah, I get where. Yeah, I think he knows that there's no fun in games within it. He knows that exactly what's coming. It's whether you can do anything about it is the question.
140.
If Derek plays this well against royalty, he wouldn't mind being in a group with Fallon Sherrick, the
171.
Queen of the Palace, Chaz Barstow, the Prince. Mervyn doesn't hit this, he might lose.
140. 100. Derek, you require 121.
We do have more royalty later in the week with the King of the Castle, Jared Cole. But this could be the crowning glory of this game. If he hits the bull.
Game
Stunning.
shot and the match.
Another
Derek Coulson.
incredible performance against Mervyn King from DC. And there you see the respect from King, because he knows again that Derek has turned up against him. And the thing that accentuates it more than anything else is that Mervyn averaged 100 himself. And he was 2 out of 3 on the doubles, but his chances were limited. Coulson back to his brilliant best, averaging nearly 105 with a 1-2-1 at the end. He is back on track, and he's also back on top of the table.
54. Charlie Maguire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Got
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. It's Champions Week here in Portsmouth, and boy are the players delivering. Before the break, Derek Coulson with an average 104.85 got himself on the board for the day, getting the better of Mervyn King 4-2. Himself averaged in excess of a ton. So he moves on to 12 points, which means that Shane McGurk's got pressure on his shoulders when he takes on Jensen Walker in Game 6. But prior to that, it's a meeting between Scott Campbell and Alex Small. For Alec, he got his first win of Champions Week last time out against Jensen Walker. As for Scott Campbell, he's looking for his opening win against Mervyn King. Let's hand over to Paul Nicholson, and after his accident in the last game, Scott Faulty Towers Mitchell.
I'm not sure how he's going to feel about that, Henry. But let's find out. Because Mr. Deacon has just called you Scotty Faulty Towers Mitchell.
100.
No problem with that. I kind of get that. I just don't have a guest house.
100.
I'm not tall and thin. Oh, so none of it works then, really.
And you don't have a tree branch and an old red car.
I tell you what, I have done it with the tractor, though, for comedy. I did. Thrashed me tractor with a branch. Brilliant. So, yeah, that's probably where he's got it from. I am just like him.
131. $60.
I presume Mrs. Mitchell allows you to have a wager at the weekend, unlike Sybil with John Cleese in that famous episode where he's not allowed to have a go on the GGs. Well, if you are having a bit of a flutter on the Super Series, gambleaware.org, and gamble responsibly,
41.
please. points-wise,
95.
Scott Campbell is still on 6. Small is still at the foot of the table on 2. But if he can put in the kind of performance that he had in round 1, he could have a very good impact here. Because the early portion of yesterday saw Campbell not playing his best stuff. He saved his best stuff for the second half. This is where Small could make hay, for the want of a better phrase.
11.
Yeah, he could indeed.
Scott,
And
you require 89.
I suppose similar can be said for Campbell. He was better at the latter end of yesterday. And all the players that he had success against, he plays against
81.
early doors today because the fixtures are reversed.
Very clever use of the
Scott, you
bullseye there.
require 8.
He does get to a finish,
Game shot on
but
the
it doesn't
first
do him
leg,
any good.
Scott Campbell.
Campbell with his second leg of the day. And he's the only person who has not averaged
Second leg, it's Alec
over
to the
90
reverse.
so far on
Game on.
Tuesday, because the standard today really has gone up a notch. 8 recorded averages
84.
from 4 matches. 3 are 100 or more. And only 1 is under 90. And that was what Campbell delivered in game 1 against King. And these players aren't stupid.
100.
They know exactly what's going on. If they do not turn up, they know they're going to lose. This is what it should be like in Champions Week.
Yeah, most definitely. It should be very Pro Tour-like, shouldn't it? With the best players from the series all going head-to-head.
Well, sometimes seeing a Scotsman in red and black, you think, well, why are they not wearing blue?
100.
Might have something to do with the fact that Scott is from Aberdeen. Spent any time in Aberdeen?
Yes, I have.
Great town, full of incredible people.
Yeah, went out to the coastline as well, and we were up there in the summer, and
33.
it didn't get dark. It was like midnight, and it was still like, I was thinking, I'd love to be a farmer up here.
Yeah,
You could keep going till whenever.
Scotland in the spring and the
90.
summer is remarkable. There are so many lovely places up near Aberdeen. And some of the golf courses are world famous. Places like Carnoustie, Trump International.
96.
And there are darting towns up there, like Peterhead, famous for fishing.
80.
But they don't call it Peterhead up there, they call it Peterhead.
Yeah, indeed. I was up there for the Granite City Open, or Granite City Open, as they like to say it in Aberdeen. I went a couple of times. A couple of times when it was ranked, and I think once when it wasn't.
121.
Played in the Station Hotel, right in the centre of town, opposite the railway station, funny enough.
46.
Now, what
Scott, you
could happen
require
next?
96.
Small misses equal big opportunities. That is such a beautiful dart. How good is dart 3, though?
87.
Not quite good enough.
Alec, you require 16.
This is awkward. But not awkward enough. What a great third dart that was. And Alec needed that. Otherwise, things were going to get very iffy.
It's Scott to throw first. Game on.
That Aberdeenshire area for darts has yielded a great deal of fabulous players. Internationals going back years. John Henderson from Aberdeenshire.
140.
He's a little bit west of Aberdeen, in between Inverness and Aberdeen. One of the most influential
84.
people in Scottish darts is also from Aberdeenshire, a guy called Gordie Morrison.
Yeah, no Gordy. I went and did an exhibition with Gordy, for Gordy, I think, back in the day.
Yeah, he's so famous or infamous, however you want to look at it.
108.
You just say the word Gordy and everybody knows who you're talking about. He ran the Portland Open for years.
95.
One of the best open tournaments in Europe up until the pandemic hit. And if you've won that tournament, you can play. It's won by Cameron Menzies, John Henderson.
122.
Andy Bolton has defended it. It's also been won by the likes
58.
of Mark Webster
You require
and Robert
59.
Thornton and many others.
Yeah, I went to Gordy's house. I stayed actually at Gordy's house with the exhibitions and for a couple of nights. And on the last night, I said, Gordy, you don't want me at the house anymore. We'll stay in a
39.
hotel up the road or something. It's, you know, you felt he's such a lovely guy. You felt that you'd overstayed your welcome. But he wasn't
42.
having none of it. He
Scott,
said,
you
no, come and stay. And I
require
said, no. I feel that we've overstayed our welcome. It's just a lovely, lovely man.
You can't beat a bit of Scottish hospitality.
Game shot on the third
But there's no
leg.
hospitality
Scott
in leg 3 because Scott wants it all for himself.
Fourth flag, it's Alec to throw first.
I
Game
love the intricacies of different domestic nations like Wales and Scotland.
84.
And even Northern Ireland, of course. It's good when Josh Rock has actually got the right country next to his name, apart from yesterday, when he was labelled as English. Bit of a mistake.
Just a touch.
60.
But little differences like getting breakfast. You don't go to Scotland and get a full
59.
English, you get a full Scottish. You go to Wales and you get different things like Welsh cakes. Things that have got heritage.
Scottish breakfast is one of my favourites.
108.
Well, if you like Scottish breakfasts, Scott Campbell right
90.
there is definitely feeling like a happy kipper. His tail is wagging because he's playing properly now.
$81. $100.
In all likelihood, Scott has got 2 visits from 180.
$100.
Might walk
Alec,
away
you
from that
require
ton disappointed.
160.
That second dart was incredible.
Yeah, and sat there waiting to be hit, wasn't it, with the third. It didn't quite happen.
42. Scott, you require 80.
I'm not sure Alec got that third dart right. He should have gone for the bullseye. Does Scott even need dart 3? He needed it,
60.
but he didn't
Alec,
use
you
it.
require 118.
How's this third dart?
78.
He really has been up and down on
Scott, you
tops so
require
far
20.
today. It did get him his first win. But he might be about to go 3-1 down again. Like he was against Jensen Walker.
Game shot on the fourth
And that is the
flag.
case.
Scott Campbell.
The thing that makes the case even worse for Small is that that was a
Fifth
break
flag,
throw as
it's
well.
Scott to throw first. Game on.
What's your favourite thing about Scotland then, Scott?
Probably the people are very friendly. It's probably the people. I do enjoy going up there, and you ask anybody for directions. They don't generally send you in the wrong direction. They actually
100.
are quite nice and send you in the right direction. I've always got on with the Scottish people. I don't know why.
100.
the best darts exhibitions, bar none, because of the people.
Yeah, I've done some beauties up there. Obviously, back in the day a little bit. I haven't been up there for a while because being down south, it's an awful long way, and I suppose the travel expenses make it a little bit different and price yourself out of it these days. But yeah, I've been to Stornoway and I've been to the Orkneys and done exhibitions there. It was just absolutely mind-blowing. Just the scenery was just second to none. And yeah, you know, it's a beautiful place with beautiful people within it.
Yeah, we can sit here and we can talk about our experiences, and we do it for the benefit of the fans to give you information. But
46.
If there is one little sliver of advice I would give anybody who has the opportunity, go to Shetland. Just go and see it. It will take your breath away. It's a bit of a trip. Might have to fly to Aberdeen.
6.
And then get another flight or the ferry, which is a bit rocky. But Shetland is unbelievable in the summer.
96. Scott, you require.
And this would be an unbelievable ending
125.
to a first win for the day for Scott Campbell, who was looking to go to 8 points and to keep a third place in the table. Feeling frisky, are we? How many times does it happen?
It's like a London bus. You don't see one and then two come along at once, right when you don't need them.
He's technically hit 3 bulls there. He's at the bullseye twice, then he's at the bull of the single 9. Speaking of bull.
116.
Oh, that would have been incredible to save the game.
You require 16.
Yeah, Alec wouldn't have been greedy there. He'd have been happy with just the one bullseye, wouldn't he?
Well, Scott, you've played really well in this game. You've had 11 opportunities at the outer ring and the bull. He's missed 8. But he has not missed 8.
Scott Campbell.
Almost the 95 average for Campbell. And Alex Small, unfortunately, just couldn't ride the wave of his first win of the week against Jensen Walker. His output has reduced by about 15 in that one, unfortunately for him. He did get 7 opportunities but missed key shots in the middle part of the match. Campbell, this time he did turn up. 4 out of 12 on the doubles with a 4-1 victory, and now he is in 3rd position on his own in the table.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Scott Campbell got on the board for the day with a 4-1 victory against Alex Small. Next up, Shane McGurk looking to join Derek Coulson on 12 points in the group. He can do exactly that if he can get the better of Jensen Walker in this one. It's game 6 of the day, the final match from the second cycle of games. And in the commentary box, Paul Nicholson is alongside Scott Mitchell.
McGurk finds himself in second position in the table all of a sudden after breaking DC's streak. But he can go top again if he compounds the misery of Jensen, who, let's face it, did feel pretty miserable after losing a 3-1 lead against Alex Small in Game 3.
65.
And losing a dart to the floor in your first visit of a match, it turned out to be all right for Mervyn earlier.
59.
When he lost 2, he'd go on to average nearly 100, beating Scott Campbell.
108.
Yeah, it hasn't dampened his confidence, that's for sure. And Shane will be feeling pretty good about himself after that 4-1 win against DC, averaging nearly 108, Scott.
Yeah, very much so. It's a momentum changer for him, isn't it? But then you've got to be careful. It's always difficult to repeat one of those big averages. You want to just sort of go back to your sort of B plus steady A game, a mid-90s, and be happy with that, and make sure you give yourself opportunities in the next game. Because also when a player sees you do that, they then step their game up.
Stepping up is something Jensen will have to do over the next day and a half. If he doesn't, Group C has got his name written all over it. Having said that, he did qualify through Group C.
130.
As many people did in Series 10.
83. Shane, you require 16.
2 hits.
Game shot of first
No
leg,
hesitation. You can almost tell
Second leg,
how
Jensen
good someone is playing by how they
on.
walk back from the board. It's pretty hard to tell how you were playing, Scott, because your walk back was always the same.
108.
Absolutely. Don't fall over the edge of the oche. Don't fall over the edge of the oche. I've done that 2 or 3 times, and that's mainly the reason. That's how we started it. Got to my mind coach, when you retrieve your darts, what's the thing you're worried about the most? I said, falling over the oche. Stepping off it. He goes, really? I said, I've stepped on the edge of the oche 2 or 3 times and nearly fell over. Oh, he said, we can combat that easy, and that's exactly what we did.
51 80s already this week, and it's only 9 minutes past 11 on Tuesday.
57.
That tells me that we could easily get close to 100 in this group.
60. Jensen, you require 124.
Yeah, agreed.
Well, that wasn't on purpose, and it won't count as a double hit, but the next one might.
125. Jensen, you require 16.
What a marker that is.
It's like throwing up against a barrier.
Yeah, shot on the second
And he
leg.
used to do the top dart nicely.
Yeah, that was the equivalent in darts of putting the rails up at 10-pin bowling.
Absolutely. Jensen right on the button there.
We'll give that one a gold star.
140.
I think Shane's just got to be in small moments, like the end of the last leg. He's just got to be a little bit patient. He was going for a maximum, but he was throwing his third dart, expecting to hit it. He's just got to stay in his rhythm.
83.
We have seen throughout this series Saturday nights won and lost by really small moments. You just got to be switched on the whole time.
$96. 95.
Yeah, it's easy to say. If you remember, week 12, Jensen Walker won one game on Monday.
100.
Jared Cole won one game on the Monday and ended up going out winner of the week. So you can't tell anything about that
60.
anymore.
Shane, you require 82.
Could Jensen be the Jared Cole of last week?
Interesting.
Games
Very
on the
interesting.
third leg, Shane McGurk.
2-1 lead. Make of the route what you
Fourth
will,
leg, it's Jensen to the
but
reverse.
it worked.
Game on.
There is nothing quite as sweet
134.
as a landlocked bullseye.
Yeah, that's another ton plus out there to his 158 he had against Coulson in his previous match.
58.
Can you imagine the after party of Saturday night if Shane McGurk wins?
140.
Can you imagine what it would have been like if Ireland had won the World Cup with Willie O'Connor and Steve Lennon? My word.
100.
I know what it was like when Brendan Dolan was in the World Grand Prix final.
100.
That was astonishing that year. The year he got the 161 and the first double start 9-darter.
85. Jensen, you require 127.
But if Shane is in the final on Saturday night, there will be people expecting a party afterwards if he
99.
wins.
$44.
Well, this one should be
Jensen, you
2-2.
require 28.
Interesting.
12.
That really has got my attention, but I love it.
Yeah, no reason why not. He hit the 88 in his last visit.
And 8
40.
breaks down
Jensen, you
better
require
than
16.
14s. He needed the
Games on
breakdown.
the fourth leg, Jensen Walker.
You can make of it whatever you want, but it made one heck of a lot of sense.
Fifth leg, it's Shane.
These
to the
young
reverse.
players think about
Game.
darts differently to the way that we thought in the previous generation. That is up for no debate.
140.
And I adore the fact that players like Jensen, players like Littler, and all of the other young bucks these days, they are educating us
134.
with some of the things they do.
Some of the things they do still don't impress me, I've got to be honest with you.
Give me an example.
Well, just some of the ways they
100.
go, it just doesn't make logical sense. It doesn't make breakdown sense. It's okay if you hit the treble you're desired. If you don't hit the treble
58.
you're desired at, you've got to play the law of averages sometimes. But these guys are so good, they don't miss that often. That's the difference between today and our day.
125.
Maybe we were erring on caution too much.
Tell you what I don't
99.
like.
Shane, you require
That second dart with that wobbly
136.
stem. That's been happening all week.
Yeah, maybe he likes to do it up between throws and that takes his mind off of what the opponent is doing.
128.
Because when your opponent's doing things like that, just missing 136s, you don't want to be watching. You want to be doing your stem up.
100.
Yeah, all three were
Shane, you require
perfectly
8.
screwed in right there.
Game shot
Double
the fifth
four
leg,
is found
Shane
in a
McGurk.
second consecutive leg.
Sixth flag, it's Jensen to throw first.
And if you don't
Game
want
on.
your stems, or in Jensen's case, stem and flight combination, to have any wobble,
108.
you can actually buy these little sleeves
He-
you can put on the stems. You screw them in, a little bit of a sleeve or a washer, and make sure that they don't wobble.
177.
Yeah, a little bit like PTFE tape that a plumber uses when he's plumbing to help stop the leakages on the screw joints. Although
59.
plumbers these days don't screw them together like that anymore. It's all push fittings down on plastic. Plastic piping, a lot easier.
Yes, Modus Super Series, where we
40.
don't just talk about darts, we talk about all manner of subjects.
We talk about other trades. It's all a trade. Darts is a trade. Plumbing's a trade. I don't know anything about being an electrician. Other than if you get it wrong. One, you're lucky to be alive, or two, it really hurts.
44.
We'll get Wesley Harms or Rob Cross on the phone. They're Sparkies. But the most sparkling performance so far today has come from McGurk. He's held every time in this game. He gets one break of throw, he wins.
125. Jensen, you require 142. 84.
This is a
Shane,
break
you require
chance.
115.
And by virtue of that, it is a match-winning chance. Double top.
75. Jensen, you require 58.
So he doesn't finish this game with a ton plus finish.
18.
And that is not the first time that
Shane, you
Jensen has missed
require
tops
40.
by some distance high. He's going to have to fix that. Double 10.
30.
McGurk stumbles.
Jensen, you require 40.
4 missed match darts. And Jensen knows about that.
Game shot on the 6th leg.
Now we'll see what he does
Walker.
in this leg 7 battle.
Yeah, be a couple of interested
7th
viewers
and
in the back
final
room
leg.
here.
Shane to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, Walker wins. He will go to 4 points. Just 2 points behind Mervyn King in 4th position.
80.
But if Shane does win, he will join Derek Coulson on 12.
97.
I think there are quite a few people. In fact, there's an argument that everybody in the practice room wants Jensen to win this
58.
game.
58.
Yeah, Coulson re-establishes lead at the top.
$140.
I think he's re-switched on now. He's forgotten about the tops misses.
59.
And when somebody looks up and you're the opponent and you see that, you've got to sense a weakness. And look at what McGurk does with it.
Yeah, I touched on it on the top of the show when we were having a chat about Jensen's exploits of yesterday.
58. Shane, you require 43.
This has been a brilliant last leg. It really was a brilliant last leg.
Shane McGurk.
He kept Jensen Walker at bay, but there was only one person who did have match darts in that contest. So you can say by virtue of the wink and the performance that the right person won. Jensen Walker's fought very valiantly today, but now he has lost 4-3 twice. 83 average for him, not enough, but McGurk, nearly 92, with a 4-3 win, goes back to the top of the table by a solitary leg, and of course, with that 82, best checkout of the match.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Veen! Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler.
Hello, welcome back to the Modus Super Series. With 2 games down on this Tuesday morning here at Champions Week, and that trophy is the prize for one come Saturday night here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. So far, this Group A looks like it's a battle between Derek Coulson and Shane McGurk. Both players flying out the track. So it was McGurk who got the better of Derek Coulson with 107 average in the opening game of the session by 4 legs to 1. He doubled that tally before the break with a 4-3 victory against Jensen Walker. Elsewhere, Derek Coulson responded to that setback with an average in excess of 104 to get the better of Mervyn King by 4 legs to 2. So in terms of the league table, after 2 rounds worth of play, Shane McGurk and Derek Coulson are pulling away from the rest of the pack. Scott Campbell on 8 points. He's the next best player in the group, whilst it looks like it's going to be a race between Campbell and King for the final place in Group B, with Walker and Alex Moore beginning to get cut adrift at the bottom of the standings. And it is a meeting between second and bottom place in the league standings as Derek Coulson takes on Alex Small. It's game 7 of the session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and it's all going to be described by Paul Nicholson and Scott Mitchell.
It is moving day still, and at this point we can say that almost everybody's made a little bit of a move, but nobody has moved better than Shane McGurk. 2 wins from 2, and he is now top by 1 solitary leg in leg difference over Derek Coulson. He won't panic. He's won a game, he's lost a game, but he's still very much in touch with that number 1 position.
Alex to throw first. Game on.
It's always nice to retain that top spot, Scott, but as long as you're within touching distance and you have games to spare, you can still affect it.
Yeah, very much so. And this is where the guys at the bottom of the table tend to throw with a bit more freedom because they think, well, it's all over. And quite often we see the bottom end guys towards the end of day 3 really starting to affect where
125
the group win goes. I find it quite fascinating how all of a sudden you can throw with a bit of freedom in the round robin situation at game, say, 12, 13, 14, when you haven't been able to find that for the first 11 or 12 games of the week. But we see it very often here.
68.
I think those of us that play darts and understand it, it's like the best way that I can describe it, if you're playing in your Monday and Tuesday night league and you need 7 points for the team to win and you're 7-1 up and you're the guys that are playing after it, the kind of dead rubber. It feels a little bit like that. There's no pressure on you. You just go and play.
42.
Alec did something very intelligent there and very quickly. He recognised that 17's still left to finish.
But 140.
Derek's finish is
Alec, you
much
require
easier than
170.
this.
48. Derek, you require 101.
At this stage yesterday, this is what he was averaging. He's not quite at it
85.
again just yet.
Alec, you require 122.
But 418s must be found. And because they aren't,
51.
DC will be looking
Derek, you require
to go
16.
all Superman on Alex Small.
Game shot on the first leg.
That'll do.
Derek Coulson.
Faster than a speeding bullet. Do you have a favourite DC Comics
Second leg.
universe
Derek
character,
to the
Scott? Are you
reverse.
not into that kind of thing?
Game on.
No, the only comics I was into when I was a younger kid was probably Roy of the Rovers, to be fair. I was that style of... And my brother was a Beano sort of fan. So, yeah, and we weren't into the DC stuff.
171.
Although I am into the films, a few films that I've seen. It's not a film that I'd stay in and watch, but I will flick it on if it's on. And, yeah, I do enjoy them. They are
99.
quite hilarious.
Well, we did have a Man of Steel here last week with Rob Collins making his return to the Modus Super Series after a rather remarkable route to Saturday night. I wouldn't say that Derek exudes
6.
superhero tendencies. He doesn't look like any of the heroes in the comic books. He looks more like a
92.
mix of Jim Long and Stone Cold Steve Austin. I mean that in the nicest possible way. Two great gentlemen. Jim Long, of course, who has on multiple occasions
140.
Beads of Champions Week. Somewhat briefly.
Yeah, you have to respect Jim Long. He
81.
was here for a
Derek,
bit
you
and
require 130.
got his tour card in January. Terribly difficult for those overseas to get a tour card.
And to retain it. I wonder if Derek was caught in two minds there. Because I've not seen him miss a segment by that much this week.
63.
And he's done it twice.
$78. Derek, you require 67.
So if you like the bottom left corner, it's going to be 17s. That is now 3 missed segments. And then he gets the treble and the double,
Game
and
shot on
darts
the
doesn't make
second
sense
leg.
anymore.
Derek Coulson.
And he understands
Third
that
leg,
fully.
It's Alec to throw first.
He will not be able to compute
on.
what's just happened.
What I would suggest he does is forget it as fast as it happened.
121.
Champions Week here in Portsmouth will take the headlines, of course. Every time we have a
100.
Modus Super Series Champions Week, everybody is eagle-eyed to see who the next champion will be.
108.
We are not being starved of those. I think we've already mentioned in the previous game, we've had more than 50 already in this group.
57.
But around the world, there are other tournaments happening this week. If you like to keep up with your current affairs in darts, the Iceland Open and Masters will take place in Reykjavik
140.
later in the week. Fabulous country for darts, really growing as well. So good luck to everybody playing in Iceland. The North Island Masters will take place in Hastings in New Zealand.
140. Alec, you require 60.
There are more, which we'll list in the next leg, because Alec is trying to get an 11 darter.
Game shot on the third
12
leg.
will
Alex
do.
Small.
And that leg did not
Full
take very
flag,
long.
it's Derek to throw first.
But then again, when Alex
on.
Small plays well, legs don't tend to take a long time. And he always has a bigger water glass than anybody else, doesn't he?
Yeah, it started last week, actually.
46.
Between Keegan Brown and John Henderson. Keegan had started to drink all his water. John still had a bit left. John poured some into Keegan's glass so that he had some because he could see he was running out and John wasn't using his. Henry and I spotted it happening. We thought he was stealing water. So we actually said, look out, here comes the water stealer. And it turned out that no, John was helping out. So then from then on,
108.
because Keegan drank so much water on the stage while he was there, he had a bigger glass. And it now seems to have spread over, and Alex Small's doing the same thing.
So if you are a thirsty character
100.
and you play at the Modus Super Series, please request the Keegan Brown tankard.
From the Players' Marshal. Yes, that's exactly what you've got to do.
65.
But don't leave all the water in the glass after the game, because the Players' Marshal doesn't really like walking up and down with full glasses of water.
And you don't want to waste water anyway.
100. Alec,
It's a
you
key
require
aspect
116.
for clarity of thought. Tops. That's
Gates
clear.
on the full flag, Alex Small.
So the two legs he's won have both been 12 darters. That is how you
flag,
reel
it's Alec to throw
Derek
first.
Coulson in.
Game on.
Easier said than done. When he gets it right, he can be frightening.
100.
Yeah, some of those other tournaments that are happening around the world. The Murray Bridge Grand Prix will take place in Northern Victoria in Australia.
58.
And one of our friends lives around there. Tomo, Justin Thompson. Hope you're well, Tomo.
131.
There are events happening in the United States. The Chakotay Open's happening in Solomons. The Manitoba Open in Canada, in Winnipeg. You've got a great
95.
named tournament in Canada this week as well. The Salmon Harvest Open. I like that.
Yeah, I like anything with harvest in it.
123.
But the best one is last because Hungarian darts strikes again with the very on-the-nose Spring Special Darts Open.
Ah.
50.
Remember the summertime specials that used to be on the TV?
147.
In the summer, where they used to take a big tent on the beach somewhere and everybody would dance around and it would be like, Glee before Glee, really, wasn't it? But in the summer on the beach.
I just wonder how the Hungarians come up with these titles. And what are they going to have for the rest of the year?
100. Alec, you require 69.
Hang on to your hats. Tops.
49.
Missed by a mile, unfortunately, but he had the luxury of missing it.
I suppose they could have the World Masters food poisoning special, which is what happened to me out there last year. God bless the Hungarians.
98.
You're going to have to tell me where you
Alec,
got that
you
Chinese. I'll never
require
go.
20.
Yeah, stay away from the rice, ladies and gentlemen. Stay away from the rice.
Well, that's worked out pretty well
No
because that almost
Derek, you
penetrated the double
require
15.
92.
He didn't make the most of dart 3, though. And he might pay the price.
76. Alec, you require 20.
There haven't been many frailties in the DC game. But the
Gates
ones
on
that
the
we have
fifth
seen,
flag,
Alex Small has taken full advantage of.
6th flag, it's Derek to throw first. Game on.
One could say, has the armour been pierced here on Derek Coulson by McGurk on the first game of the day? And Alex Moore now trying to take
100.
more advantage of it. Or is it the situation? We've spoken about the situation he's in. trying to get that 2-point lead. Is that now going through his mind? Is the whole group situation and the table point standings and everything going through Derek's mind?
I think there are only 2 question marks about Derek here this week.
100.
They are still pertinent at this stage compared to yesterday morning. 1,
85.
if he gets to Saturday night, does he make the Final 4? Because he's had 2 cracks at it, he didn't get there. Second one, he's not a Group A player. When he comes here, he plays Thursday, Friday and Saturday.
140.
Because of how good he played in his qualifying week, he has got into Group A, and playing
56.
this much leading up to a Saturday is not something he's used to.
161.
He did reference this yesterday.
Yeah, very much so. And the other thing is, when you look at all the people that are in Group A here, most of them came through B and C to Group A. So is there an advantage during the week
105.
to be getting a higher average to drop you into Group A in Champions Week? Is there an advantage of being in the shorter groups? And it looks like you have to say yes.
28. Derek, you require 56.
This time it's not going to be double 16.
Game shot on the
That
6
works.
flag. Derek Coulson.
We're getting a lot of games go the distance today. Not that we're complaining.
7th and final leg. It's
This is going to be the 3rd time in 7 games.
Game on.
Alex Small has to get that first start right. And then he scores. That first start under the treble causes him all sorts of nuisance.
140.
And you just knew he was going to get a 140 there. Look what happens next.
108.
He gets the first start right, and look what happens. Scott Mitchell, hat tipped.
I need to be a coach or something. I haven't got the license. Oh no, that's a coach driver.
57.
Then the first start goes low.
94.
It's a good rescue act. If he was to beat Derek Coulson, this would upset the table a little bit. And this is the first game of round 3.
125.
Derek is devastated at not getting a max.
170.
I've had a lovely message from Earl, and he just said, we have the oil sands open
56.
in Western Canada because it's in where all the oil comes from. I like that.
That's on the nose. This number isn't because it can't be hit in any way, shape or form. It's a great approach, though. He hasn't panicked.
You require 114.
Oh, no. The hope doesn't last long.
40.
But now the hope
require 46.
transports to the other side of the hockey. Coulson is going to be on tops. He's going to go back to what works.
36.
But it doesn't.
Alec, you require 74.
So, opportunity knocks for Small. Where's he going here?
Out of the fire. It is double 12.
62.
He's had a chance.
Derek, you require
He maybe
10.
should have had 1 or 2 more darts for it. This could be tricky for Derek. Double 2.
8. Alec, you require
That's about as
12.
angry as I've ever seen him.
Small had picked all his equipment up. He had his towel in hand. He was off. But he has a chance now to win this one.
Win it, he doesn't.
No score. Derek, you require 2.
Is Derek about to do a Boris act and dodge bullets?
No score.
He's got it surrounded.
Aleki
It's one of those
12.
games where both players are struggling to cross the finishing line. And that's the wrong bit.
Derek, you required 2.
What more can you possibly see in 17 minutes of darts? Derek is cornered, but
Big
Coulson
shot
does
and the
win.
match, Derek Coulson.
A befuddling end to that one. And that could really mess with the mind of Alex Small. He did have the opportunity to take Coulson out. But as it stands, Derek will go back towards the top of the table. He's not quite there because his leg difference is a little bit short of what it was a little bit earlier on. But Alex Small loses by 4 legs to 3. And when we come back, it will be McGurk against King.
Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Got
Couldn't
it,
get the
gets
job
it.
done.
Got it, the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series on the dedicated Pluto TV channel. Plenty coming up after the live darts is finished today. After we're done, the latest edition of the Tungsten Talk will centre around Mervyn King. We'll be talking about his career, the highs, the lows, and all of the triumphs in what has been an elongated career for the former World Masters champion. And then we've got some more darts for you from 3 o'clock. We'll be looking back at the inaugural ADC Global Championship Grand Finals and top players in action there, including tour card holders like Darryl Pilgrim, Marvin van Velzen, Bradley Brooks and Adam Lipscomb. Remember, that's going to be back in December here on Pluto TV. And the winner of this week is actually going to get an automatic qualification through to those global championships, where £60,000 will be on offer at the beginning of 2026. The live darts resumes tomorrow from 9:30. Mervyn King, of course, will be one of the names in action, and it all builds up to a crescendo on Saturday evening, 7:30, Champions Night in Series 10, and who will lift the title here for the very first time? Well, the game before the break can only be described as nervy, as Derek Coulson just about got over the line against Alex Moore. Both players squandering numerous match darts in that contest, but it was Coulson who kept his cool, and as a consequence of it, he moves on to 14 points in the table. Shane McGurk looking to keep pace. He takes on Mervyn King, being described by Scott Mitchell and Paul Nicholson.
Yes, this fixture really does jump off the page, doesn't it? Yesterday, I think it's fair to say that the game didn't really deliver. It was mid-80s average stuff with a few costly misses from Mervyn.
First. Game on.
This was one of those games where he really didn't cook on the doubles, only 1 out of 10. And Shane took full advantage with 4 from 7.
64.
But we have seen an upturn in form from Mervyn today. He's averaging over 100 for the day.
100.
But Shane is the only undefeated player so far, and that speaks volumes. He's turned up and has played very well when he's needed to.
Yeah, his double percentage yesterday was just, it's 39 and a bit, so just shy of 40%. And with the combination of the average, he ran just shy of an 87 average. The combination of the two saw him in good stead yesterday until he bumped into Coulson, who, in that particular game, was very good indeed.
96.
Yesterday we were talking about the fact that Shane's got something in common with Mervyn. They've shared
94.
different times, obviously, on the Lakeside final stage. And a Lakeside winner is celebrating his birthday today, Christian Kist. So,
100.
many happy returns to Christian,
You require 144.
who was also played here at the Live Lounge. And Mervyn is starting to use a few different routes.
94. Shane, you require 124.
He's been accused of being quite rigid over his career, but not this week. Bullseye for Shane.
Game shot.
Here
the
we go
first
again.
leg. Shane McGurk.
That was a bit juicy, wasn't it?
Second leg. It's Shane to throw first. Game on.
I think that's one of the things that makes him such a great player. He is showing us that he can do that,
60.
and it's no longer a surprise. You get yourself a chance at a 144. If you don't take that out, my slightly easier finish is going to be found next turn.
59. $45.
Here's a question for you, Scott. Do you think Mervyn should write a book?
135.
Yeah, I think he should. I think there's players of his era. There's a couple that should.
59.
Also, I think Tony O'Shea should write one as well.
Yeah, that would be rather interesting. You and I know Tony quite well, and some of the stories.
140.
All you can do is put your elbows on the table, put your chin on your hands, and listen. So if Mervyn was to write a book, Tony O'Shea was to write a book,
Mervyn, you require
who else
167.
should write a book? And that is going to be our question of the day. You want to get in touch with us on social media? If you wanted a darts-related biography or
57.
autobiography, whose would you want to read from Mervyn's generation of mid-90s to now?
60. Mervyn, you require 110.
Treble 18. And double.
92.
This time Shane can't swoop.
Yeah, King will have a decision to make, but we know the decision he usually tends to go for the shot.
64. Mervyn, you require 18.
He doesn't have to go for double 9 here. And he's trying to figure out what he wants to do. Yeah, that works really well.
Second leg, Mervyn King.
Now, after this live broadcast, we are going to have the Tungsten Talk with Mervyn King. And when we had a chat with him,
It's Mervyn to throw first.
I think it's fair to say that we didn't have enough time. We should have done a 2-part series because the career is so long, the achievements, the highs, the lows, there are so many of them. And our Tungsten Talk with Mervyn,
174.
very much something you should see. But it is the tip of the iceberg.
140.
Oh, he teased us.
100.
He's hit 9 darters in his career. He hit one against Gary Anderson at the UK Open. He hit one in South Africa against James Wade, the first one in the Southern Hemisphere, which was in a live broadcast.
97.
In fact, why don't we have a little teaser?
57.
If you're watching this, how many recorded 9 darters does Mervyn King have?
58. Mervyn, you
I
require
wouldn't have a clue. I
170.
would not have a clue.
He does like fishing, but he's not going to reel in this big fish.
52. $60. Mervyn, you require 118.
We'll give you until the end of leg 4 to figure out how many recorded 9 darters Mervyn's had. I guarantee he's hit more than the recorded number.
38. Shane, you require 146.
This could be a position where Shane swoops this time. He may even get a second look because
29.
in
Mervyn,
the
you
past,
require
Mervyn has
8.
gone 16s on this. Not anymore. Wow, that nearly bust the score.
40. Shane, you require 117.
So another chance for McGurk.
44. Mervyn, you require 40.
Another chance for King.
Game shot on the third
This time he
leg,
takes it.
Mervyn King.
Here are the intricacies of this game. If King wins, he goes to 8
Fourth
points.
flag, it's Shane to throw first. Game on.
That would put him 4 points adrift of McGurk. If Shane wins, he goes to 14 with Coulson,
81.
and he would then be 8 points ahead of King. And 6 ahead of Campbell in third position. If Mervyn doesn't halt
92.
Shane here, separation is imminent. Because our final game of round 3 today is Campbell against Walker.
177.
Feels like Shane's just got the memo.
$45.
This could easily be another game that goes the distance.
100.
What do you think is the hardest finish to hit on the dartboard, Scott? Because I think 143 is right up there.
Shane, you require
Yeah, 143,
143.
153, where you're sort of dodging from top to bottom and then back up to the top, or
65.
Anything that involves two of the same treble is listed as simpler than having to go to a different portion of the board to then return to somewhere else.
yeah, traversing around the board is notoriously difficult, isn't it?
78.
Now, what do? Do you go 25 ball? You probably shouldn't, but he does. It's another
Game
ball
shot,
finish from
fourth
Shane.
leg, Shane McGurk.
He's seeing it the size of a barn door.
Fifth leg, it's Mervyn to the
He is seeing the bullseye the size of the Pluto logo.
Yeah, he certainly is.
Well, that brings up the end of leg 4.
140.
And that's pretty apt, because 4 recorded 9 darters for Mervyn King in his career. I'm surprised it wasn't more than 4.
108.
And they all have something in common, because he got something for every 9 darter he hit. It wasn't just the leg.
81.
But the UK Open 2010 against Gary Anderson, he got £5,000 as a bonus for that. He hit one in South Africa in 2009. He got £10,000 for that.
125.
He hit one in a Players' Championship in 2009 for £4,000. That's probably something we don't want to mention to Remy van Barneveld. That's a story in itself. But the Championship League in 2013, he got one. And do you know how much he got for that 9 darter? 50 quid. Because he won the leg. 'Cause that's how it worked.
Mervyn,
You won the leg, you got
100.
£50. And he might win this leg in as little as 4 visits.
$52. Shane, you require 136.
He's had a pop at this today. This time he doesn't get a look at the double.
100. Mervyn, you require 48.
And even when he wants to miss the ball, he does.
So what we've come to the assumption is that as long as there's something on the end of the 9 dart, Mervyn King will get it.
Game shot on the
But it's a
fifth
3-2
leg,
lead for the
Mervyn
King. This is a very similar standard to what we saw yesterday between these two.
Sixth flag, it's Shane to throw first.
It's not sparkling by any means. It's 87 averages. But it's close.
I remember John Boy Walton hitting a 9 darter at the
130,
Belgium
sir.
Open. There was no prize for it, so he wandered off over and he took the board off. He wanted to keep the board, so he took the board off the wall, put it under the table where he was sat, and then security came back and got the
60.
board. We couldn't stop laughing as they were extracting this board back off of John Boy to put it back up on lane 16 or wherever he did it.
140.
Yeah, it was quite amusing. So we had a whip round for him in the end, and he had a few £100, I think. But yeah,
That's funny. I love stories like that. Things that most people in the darting community wouldn't know. A bit like the Remy van Barneveld story from Coventry in March 2009.
93.
Merv hit a 9 darter on the Saturday in Coventry at the then Ricoh Arena in a freezing cold atmosphere, and he hit it in a fleece because it was so cold.
140.
£4,000 bonus. The next day, Remy van Barneveld hits one and he gets 400 quid. Because the bonus, which was a rolling bonus, had been reset.
60.
He wasn't
Shane,
happy.
you require 84.
marvellous.
Yeah, this is a good play from Shane.
76.
We are staring a 7th leg in the face for the 3rd consecutive game.
92.
And it is an important
Shane, you
leg.
require 8. No
But we
score.
don't go there yet. Maybe just lost a little bit of concentration there, Shane.
Yeah, strange one that, but very easily done.
39. Shane, you require 8. Game
Did
shot
not
the
lose
sixth
concentration
leg.
this
Shane
time.
McGurk.
We go the distance. And this is a
Seventh
big
and
leg.
final leg.
Derek
It's
Coulson would
Mervyn to
love
throw
Mervyn
first.
to do him a favour
Game on.
and keep Shane on 12 points. One more leg would elevate Mervyn to 8. And as we reach the halfway point of this
121.
group, I guess we have to see where people are pitched, because you might want to get to Group B. If you're not going to make the top spot.
108. He 64.
Oh, it's veered right twice. And Shane has taken the darts courtesy of that maximum. He doesn't mind that he doesn't need another maximum in this match. He's more than happy with 2.
100.
Considering the level that Mervyn's played at today, he's actually losing ground on the top 3.
141.
You can't ask for much more in a last leg shootout than leaving tops after 9.
No, superb stuff from McGurk. And
100. Shane, you require 40.
Double 10.
30.
Now.
Mervyn, you require
He did everything right
116.
up until visit 4. Now King could steal his crown. Tops. Classic
shot and the
Mervyn
match.
King.
Mervyn King.
A special last leg that was. That one shudders Shane. And he will stay on 12 points. But King with a wonderful 12 dart steal in that last leg. Oh, I do beg your pardon, it was 15. He won't care. I don't think anybody does. Well, maybe Shane does, because he will feel he should have won that match. He was on tops after 9, but couldn't put the full stop on it. And King wins by 4 legs to 3. And that's ahead of our last match in round number 3 today. Walker against Campbell.
Welcome back to the magnificent live lounge in Portsmouth. Glittered in gold for Champions Week this week. And before the break, it was a golden finish to the game for Mervyn King, hitting a 116 checkout in the final leg to get the better of Shane McGurk by 4 legs to 3. So that means another twist in the race to win this Group A. Derek Coulson is going to be top of the table going into round 4 of the day. 14 points to his name. McGurk stays on 12. And Scott Campbell has an opportunity to move on to 10 points here. If he can get the better of Jensen Walker, it's the final match of the 3rd round with Paul Nicholson and Scott Mitchell.
There's gold in them there steps as we go down the steps to the stage and then up the steps to get to the hockey. But there is gold to be had by the end of the week with that beautiful new trophy. But this is game number 9, and today has been enthralling. Last 3 games have all gone the distance. And if anything can be learned from McGurk versus King in the previous game, is that you're not safe until you get that final double. It doesn't matter how you score in the last leg. Shane has just learned a very harsh lesson.
As my mind coach says, Steve McKibben, look into my eyes, look into my eyes. You only need to be 1 dart better. You only need to be 1 dart better. And that was exactly the way that Mervyn King won that game.
96.
On the other end of the scale, we've got Jensen Walker, who's lost a couple of 4-3s this morning. And he only had to need to be 1 dart better, and maybe he could have won both. He now comes up against Scott Campbell.
60.
Yeah, Scott's got a bit of company now. Mervyn on 8 points with him, but this is Scott's game in hand. If he can win it, he will only be 2 points adrift of Shane McGurk in 2nd spot. He is not out of this by any means. But his fixtures against Coulson and McGurk are going to have extra importance.
139.
But that's after this.
Scott, you require 161.
Trying to use the angle of the dart again.
65.
It's nice to see somebody doing the right thing on 121 with 1. That's 66 in 3.
Jensen Walker.
You might not have seen that kind of combination before, but the first dart was accidental. The next 2, deliberate and brilliant.
Game on.
Well, we're having a game of Honey, I Shrunk the Pint Glass on the table. Maybe Alex has just brought his own glass.
The interceptor has just intercepted. That's what I was thinking.
91.
Who do you think drinks the most water on the players' table of anybody you've played against, Scott?
99.
Because you'll have to go great guns to beat Rob Cross.
I was going to say, I don't really know a lot of real sort of big water drinkers.
I suppose from your day, we've spoken to Chris Mason about this topic because Lakeside predominantly only had one break in the middle of the later games. Usually when it was best of 5 or best of 7 sets, you'd start the game and be there to the very end.
Yes, that was down to the British Broadcasting Corporation, darling. We don't have adverts. So, yes, we were unable to get a break. And obviously, towards the end of it, we were on 2 channels. So sometimes we were on the BBC and sometimes we were the BT. And BT were having breaks. So some guys were having breaks every 2 sets. And some guys were getting no breaks at all. The game was going right through. And sometimes you need a break in a game if things are going wrong. You don't want the break in the game if things are going right. So it made it a very different World Championship. And it depended on which channel you were on. It was very strange.
But I think everybody would agree that on Pluto TV, with 1 game at a time here, best of 7 legs, and a break after every game,
80.
It works perfectly.
You require 128.
It's fair, is what it is. It's absolutely fair.
Couldn't agree more.
103.
Well, almost a 128 on the ball.
30.
And maybe that's where Scott wants to pitch his tent.
Yeah, Jensen almost hits the button in the middle of the board.
No bull.
125.
But he does miss.
Jensen, you require 25.
You could say no bull hit.
No score.
Oh, that hurts.
Scott, you require 5.
That has missed by a considerable distance.
Both darts did, to be fair. Very, very unusual for Jensen Walker.
Double two.
Game shot on the
You
second
will not
leg.
see a
Scott
cleaner 5 check out than that.
Third leg, it's Jensen to throw first.
I wonder if Campbell is
Game
an
on.
Aberdeen fan. You know when you go to Scotland, they say there are certain topics that you don't bring up unless they do first. Things like religion and football and politics. But my advice to anybody going to Scotland for the first time,
60.
do not bring up football unless they do first.
That is more than correct.
45.
It could still be a really good season for Rangers. They could have a good end to the year. But as for Aberdeen, they have, in previous years, been
85.
a great club managed by Sir Alex Ferguson, winning a European trophy back in the early 1980s with the great Willie Miller.
81.
Well, there's a man who could sport a moustache.
Yeah, indeed.
Still not as good as Ronnie Sharp's, though. One of the most iconic
60.
moustaches in the history of sport. And it was thoroughly Scottish, and still is. Because I'm reliably informed that Ronnie Sharp still
44.
plays good darts up in Scotland.
He does. I bumped into him in a couple of Scottish Opens and I had to have a selfie with him. He was tashless, but I had to have a selfie with him. And yeah, he done me. He did me first round one year, and I knew the face, but I couldn't remember. And then obviously
100.
he beats you fairly comfortably, and you go, you had me there, you legend. I said, you had me. I got over all emotional. I did. I said, well played to you.
140.
And yeah, and we became friends after that day. And every time I go up there, we sort of have a chat and a beer together.
I can just imagine Ronnie Sharp saying, "You don't recognise me," but then he's got a picture of a moustache on his finger and he puts it up to his lip and he says, "Do you recognise me now?"
140. Jensen,
Honestly,
you
he's
require
just such a
51.
jovial character. Really is.
Well, Jensen hasn't missed this big number,
19.
but he is starting to miss doubles a little bit more, like yesterday now.
Scott, you require 56.
His young mentality is being tested here. Nobody said darts was easy.
If it was easy, we'd all be doing it.
Amen to that. If darts was easy, we'd all be in Champions Week, but there's only 12 spots out of 141 players.
Game shot on the
And
third
Scott
leg.
Campbell is
Scott
2-1
Campbell.
up, having taken his chance.
Fourth leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Do you think we're going to get a 9-darter in this week? I think it's on the cards.
I think it's likely. Yes, I do.
Well, there was a 9-darter of the weekend in Munich
121.
by the champion. So Michael van Gerwen had a rather good weekend with a perfect leg. Winning the championship,
77.
obviously beating Josh Rock as well, which is not an easy thing to do at the minute.
And let's not forget, it was only 8 days ago we had one here with young Gerard Cole.
Gerard. That's going to stick.
108.
Just like that 180.
He.
Talladega Nights, that. John Gerard.
55.
I called Jared Jarhead. It's a military term, isn't it, for someone who's in the military? He doesn't like it.
140.
Which is exactly why I said it. And Jensen will feel jarred.
108.
He can't do anything about Scott's position.
Scott, you require 60.
Another one of your dead cat 180s, is it?
Game shot on
The answer is yes.
Scott Campbell.
That is an 11 darter.
Fifth flag, it's Jensen to throw first. Game on.
Just brilliant. Exactly what you need when you get that lead for the first time.
44.
The best way to consolidate is to build. Well, they say in business, the worst thing you can do is sell or retract. What you've got to do is expand.
100.
Yeah, the best form of defence in darts is attack.
100.
I wonder if Emily Atack's a darts fan.
60.
Famous actress. Does a
I
very
know,
good job.
yes, yeah, I know. She was in Betweeners, wasn't she?
She was.
99.
I think everybody's a darts fan these days.
I think they are actually. You know, within sport, each sport has its famous followers, doesn't it? And darts is becoming very, very
100.
trendy to support.
Yeah, Tim Vine loves his darts. Richard Osman, very famous.
60.
Yeah, but they all loved it before it was trendy to love it.
That's true. Prince Harry came to the darts the year that Adrian Lewis defended his world championship. Oh, that's a lovely dart from Scott. And just like yesterday, we are going to see no 3-bull efforts this week.
58.
It's all business.
Scott, you require 150.
So this will either be 19s or 20s.
$58. Jensen, you require 140.
He might not get a shot. Double 10.
120.
That was right on line.
Scott, you require
It just
92.
dips at the end, and it might cost him the match.
Yeah, great effort there from Jensen Walker.
This 92 checkout is to consolidate third position, and that's where he started the day. Now, is Scott thinking double 17? He was.
35. Jensen, you require 20. No score.
And that visit really does sum up Jensen's
Scott, you
last couple of
require
days.
57.
Close. But I do not see a cigar in this place. And the slightly larger opera singing lady may be about to sing.
Game shot.
Yep, she turns up all right.
Scott Campbell.
She's singing. Scott Campbell will not be singing because he's a man of few words on the hockey. In fact, he's very respectful to that position that he's just put Jensen in. He will stay in 5th position after 8 rounds of play. He's obviously devastated to lose 3 out of 3. But Scott in 3rd position on 10 points, courtesy of that 4-1 victory. It's a very good performance, especially on the doubles. 4 out of 5, but the average of nearly 94. You can't ignore that either. That's a very good performance. And round 3 is finished for the day.
you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
It's the Barbarian Conan Whiting! Raymond Smith!
Going to get better than that too. A double 14.
He is Jim McEwen.
Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison. Marvin Van Velzen.
Yes, Labanowski!
All the players vying for a place on Saturday night where £25,000 is up for grabs here at Champions Week of the Modus Super Series. This is what we've seen so far today, and there's been some real twists and turns at the top end of the table. Shane McGurk stopped Derek Corson from getting the outright record for most consecutive victories by sealing a 4-1 success. He picked up back-to-back wins before then losing to Mervyn King in round 3. Derek Corson's also won 2 today, so he's got a 2-point gap at the top of the league table. table. 14 points to DC's name. Shane McGurk in second position on 12. And Scott Campbell just keeping himself an interested party on 10 points in case there is a slip from the top two. Him and Mervyn King look like they're in a race of their own for Group B. Jensen Walker and Alex Moore may be already looking at Group C and thinking, right, we're going to have to regroup from this point onwards. Well, let's move into the second half of the session then. 2 more cycles of games to go, and it kicks off a meeting between Mervyn King and Alex Small. Watching this one in the commentary box, it is Paul Nicholson and Scott Mitchell.
Yes, well put, Henry. I think there are people right now thinking, what is possible? What do I have to do? What kind of ambition have I still got left in Group A? I think the bottom 2 in Walker and Small, they may have given themselves too much to do to even get into Group
99.
B. So we have to look at the probabilities, and if we are being fair, the probability of getting to Group B for Small and Walker is slim. Which puts them in with a very big shout of playing against Jared Cole, Dave Evans and Rhys Robinson in Group C this week. And when Rhys Robinson's in a group, things are never dull.
96.
No, sure aren't. I sat with him on the table when we were on the Pro Tours. He had a card and he was quite a quiet character back then, or he seemed a quiet character back then, but
81.
I've seen him here and his exploits are everything but quiet and unassuming.
If you do get into Group B this week,
59.
Devin Peterson, the ADC Global Champion, is waiting. I'm pretty sure he's going to be in the ADC Global Championship as the defending champion. So one of the carrots of this week,
43.
probably not even needed by the South African. But he'll be joined by David Davies, who's playing in his second consecutive Champions Week. He lost out in the semi-finals of Series 9. And the last name, Sam Spivey, who does have another nickname, but
100.
he doesn't like it very much, so I'm not going to mention it. But the one he has on his shirt is Seaside Sam,
46.
which is very pleasant.
Mervyn, you require
Just like a 120 checkout.
It is very pleasant. Just like Here Comes Bod. Very
40.
It's a very
You require
TV
157.
children's character name, isn't it? Seaside Sam.
97.
Now, Mervyn
Mervyn, you
earlier
require 80.
did go for 20s on 80. He's going to change his mind. Old school. It's the
on
best
first
school.
leg, Mervyn King.
Oh, I remember the 80 shot outs like that
Second
back
leg
in the
is
days
Alec
when you used to
throw
write
first.
on slate.
Game on. $140.
It's one of the most iconic things that Mervyn's had in his career. People have said, why don't you go 20s on 80?
140.
Why don't you do it? It doesn't make sense. And he says, look, I'll do what I want. You worry about what you're doing. I'll worry about what I'm doing.
70.
And then he just walked back and he said, you do what you want, pal.
Indeed.
He took one out against me once
94.
in a very big final. 16-14 and bull. And it was just like twisting the knife a little bit.
95.
I was just glad I still had the lead, but boy, was that a good shot. You wouldn't want to be that treble 20 when he's trying to stare a hole through it.
100.
But how many times can he swerve one around the blocker? So precise.
He's swerving Merv. Of course he can.
They used to call him that, didn't they, in the 90s? Merv the Swerve.
30. Mervyn,
Because
you
of
require
the
167.
swirling nature of his barrels.
Yeah.
Don't swerve. Okay, do.
135.
Yeah, well, I take it that was for an 18 and not for the ball. If it was a big miss, if it was for the ball.
90. Mervyn, you require 32.
Double 16 for a 2-0 lead.
Game shot in the second leg.
Looking good.
Mervyn King.
Looking very, very good indeed. It's a
Third
very
leg,
steady
it's
91
Mervyn to
average
throw
with
first.
2 out of 2 on the doubles.
Game on.
He's always been a perfectionist. But even at the age of 59, you've got to understand you can't play your best darts all the time.
99.
I still don't think he believes that fact. I think he believes that you can still play your best darts all the time. And the fact that Merv's a perfectionist
100.
is probably given him the longevity that he's had. But, and it is a big but, it could also have stopped him winning a little bit more than... He should have won a little bit more,
59.
shouldn't he, really?
Yeah, I think so. One of the titles that he could have won was down to yours truly.
31.
But he's won more than I have, and he's won more than most people will ever win. I think...
78.
Now, I'm going to take the Lakesides out of it because I think Tony David played really well in 2002. I think Andy Fordham played out of his socks
134.
in 2004. In a PDC sense, if I could have allowed him to win one of the finals that he lost, I'd go with the Premier League in 2009. He beat Taylor in the semi-finals, which was a seismic win at the time, but he just couldn't get through James Wade. I'd say winning that one could have had the biggest ripple effect of any of them. Forget the Masters, forget the Grand Prix. I think if he'd won the Premier League, I think he would have gone on to win more.
Was that the first year of the Premier League?
165.
It wasn't, but it was in the early days of it.
Yeah.
96.
I've got a picture at home on the wall. And was it 6 guys in the first Premier League? I can't remember.
56.
Almost a Premier shot there
Mervyn,
from
you
small.
require 40.
But his chances are going to be small if Mervyn hits tops. This has got to go in. Well, the second one was right on line, but it
Alex, you
just
require
didn't have enough
40.
air. Does this one?
Game shot on the
It does.
third leg. Alex
And I
Small.
suppose it helps in that spot to be just a little taller.
Yeah, it does. It's a more
Fourth
direct route
leg,
to the
it's
double
Alex to
top.
throw first.
Yeah, Premier League darts this week goes to Liverpool. And I'm sure Stephen Bunting will get a very rousing reception.
85.
Seeing as it's his neck of the woods, but it's also Luke Littler's neck of the woods. Although I don't think he's going to get as much of a reception as Bunting because he is a Manchester United fan.
59.
These dart fans, they know what they're doing.
140.
And Mervyn has played in multiple Premier Leagues. He's had ups and downs. I would say the biggest up was beating Taylor 16 years ago in the semi-finals. Maybe the lowest was Newcastle against Raymond van Barneveld, where he got involved with the crowd. That was not an easy watch.
140.
But Premier League darts, much like Super
98.
Series stuff, is
Alec, you require
grueling.
136.
Yeah, it's a long, hard 6 months of travel, isn't it?
96.
On top of all the travel that you do already.
One 140.
16 weeks and then a
Alec, you
finals,
require
isn't it? If
40.
you make the top 4.
Speaking of
shot on the
tops,
fourth flag,
it's
Alex
found.
Small.
13's harder there from Alec. He is definitely playing better than yesterday. The
Fifth
levels
flag,
are
it's
better, the
Mervyn to throw
doubles are better.
first. Game on.
just giving himself a little bit too much to do.
$78. 100.
What's your premier Mervyn King memory, Scott, from watching him in his career? If you had to give me a couple of examples of things that you will take with you into later life, remembering Mervyn.
140.
I think probably it's probably from his losing finals, probably. And it's a horrible thing to say, but
177.
kind of being a bit of a serial bridesmaid of the one things. But I mean, just the longevity of his throw and everything, it's just not changed one iota. The darts haven't changed, the throw hasn't changed.
85.
And that's a very difficult thing to achieve over such a long career.
And a lot of people do tend to forget that he had dartitis early in his career. He had to change his
64.
throw. And where you see the twist here when it comes back, that is something he put into his throw to help him get over dartitis. Before then, it was straight back and through. It was actually, in his own words, a better throw than this.
120.
Doesn't get past the blocker, so it's going to be double 12 for
46.
Mervyn
Mervyn, you
to
require
re-establish the lead.
24. $12.
Oh no.
Alec, you require 74.
He's fearing the worst now. He was in such a comfortable position. Now it might be decidedly uncomfortable. Double 12.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
And it is
Alex
found.
Small.
Penny for the thoughts.
But he attempted it that way.
Sixth
Well, he
leg. It's
unattempted it
Alex
that way.
to throw first. Game on.
A few throws ago. Merv is once again in the land of really.
60.
Did that just happen to me?
That sounds like a show we should have on Pluto TV.
140.
Mervyn King's Land of Really. Make it happen.
108.
And we know that Alec has had some notable wins in his career. Coming through against Adam Savada in week 1 was a big deal. This was after some troublesome times on the dartboard. But make no mistake, beating Mervyn right now is still a scalp. And it would be a big thing for him if he were to find it. It's a really good switch.
$42. Mervyn, you require 114.
King was on easy street yesterday, winning by 4 legs to 1. But this is far from easy.
94. Alec, you require 134.
Touch unlucky. He does offer Small a go now, then at the 134.
44. Mervyn, you require 20.
Oh, this is the double that cost him the Masters just a shade over a decade ago.
No score.
Feels like deja vu.
Alec, you require 90.
Now, is it bull last, bull first, or no bull at all? No bull. However, he has got double 16 to win 4-2.
58. Mervyn, you require 20.
So to level us up then, double 10.
That is a great last
It's on
start.
the sixth leg. Mervyn King.
His previous 5 attempts all went to the right.
7th and
And
final
I think he
leg.
knew
It's
with that
Mervyn
last
to
shot,
go
if
first.
he didn't hit that, he was going to lose.
$138.
I think later in my life, thinking about Mervyn, I'll remember two things more than anything else, apart from our final at the Circus Tavern.
43.
His leather waistcoat from his TV debut in 1995. That is iconic. I wonder if he's still got that. And
140.
the fact that he used to stab my banana. I used to always have a banana around 10:15 in the morning, and Mervyn thought it was funny that he would stab it with a dart.
He didn't think it was a sausage for the barbecue, did he? He didn't think he had to pierce the skin.
Yeah, Mervyn always used to find it quite funny that I would always eat an hour and 45 minutes before play. And he always used to have a laugh and joke with me about it.
And that is
58.
Mervyn's third
Mervyn, you
double
require
treble
89.
visit in this leg. 89 after 9. Super stuff from him.
Now he's got 68. He doesn't have to go 18 bull. And what looked like a really troublesome situation is now looking pretty rosy.
45.
One dart
Mervyn, you require 32.
separated Alex Small from a 4-2 victory. But he will have to settle for a 4-3 loss. That will sting a bit. But Mervyn stayed resolute. And you got to say that the final double at double 16 didn't give him the victory. It was the ability to hit double 10 with his last dart in the previous leg. That gave him the chance. And he took full advantage of it. It's 25% on the doubles like it was for all day yesterday. This time, it was good enough. And it gets Mervyn onto double figures in points.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time. Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. That is what they're playing for come Saturday night. And these are the two players that are hoping to be getting themselves one step closer. Derek Coulson, you would say, is one of the key contenders to go on and lift this Champions Week title. He also has himself a lead at the top of Group A. It could be 4 points temporarily if he can get the better of Jenson Walker in this one. In commentary, it is Paul Nicholson and Scott Mitchell.
Yeah, we'll be really interested to see the reaction from Derek Coulson after what he's seen over the last few matches. We haven't seen him since he beat Alex Small 4-3, and that's exactly what we've just seen from Mervyn King. Whereas this match
First leg
might be
Derek
coming at the wrong
first.
time for Jenson
Game
Walker
on.
after the game that he's just had, and indeed the day he's had. He's the only person not to register a win so far today. And now he's got to go up against the person who has arguably played the best darts over the last couple of days. Well, before we go too far into this one, we have to congratulate our referee, Jack Garwood, in becoming the referee who, at this stage of this project, has become the referee who has officiated more games than anybody else. Great job, Jack.
81.
There he is. Ever present. And I'm sure he's having a blast with the best seat in the house.
And that's the second record broken today, because obviously Henry is the presenter who has touched the trophy the most in the Super Series history.
108. 100. Derek, you require 100.
Well, who's going to be getting their mitts on it on Saturday night?
$44. Jenson, you require
Jenson could do
161.
with a bit of a catalyst from somewhere. This would work.
97.
But if you're on a 3-darter like
You require
161 and
56.
Derek's on 56, fear the worst.
$46.
Maybe not.
Jenson, you require 64.
I have to say, on those big shots, Jenson has looked the most likely today.
Game shot.
There
the
we go.
first
Nice
leg.
little
Jenson
64
Walker.
finish from him. You know, around that 140, 150, 160 mark, Jenson keeps
Second
looking the
leg,
most
it's
likely. He
Jenson to
keeps
the
hitting that
first.
first treble.
Game on.
We forget he's still a very young man, just coming out of sort of the youth side of the WDF. So only just over 18, can't play in those anymore. Kind of going into what I call is the realm of the
134.
development tour. This is the right age. From now, next 4 or 5 years, he's, 19 to 24 or whatever. He's a lot of developing still to do. And I have to say, he's done super, super well to be here in Champions Week. He really has.
I absolutely agree. It's progress. And we can't forget who he had to come through just to get
58.
here. Andy Hamilton, Simon Whitlock, and there were others. So to be able to do that at the
46.
age of 18 is commendable.
Yeah, he's one of the young players I do have an awful lot of time for, and obviously been in the England youth, and we've been to World Cups with England and together, and he was in the youth team, and he's just a likable character, but he's very he's very particular about his game. He's very particular about what he expects from
95.
himself, and sometimes I'd just like to knock the edges off of that and round him off a little bit, rather than being the sharpness and overcritical about
97.
what he's doing. Sometimes he just needs to just take a little step back a little bit, be a little bit more relaxed, understand that, obviously missing doubles costs you games, and everybody does it. There's only ever one person happy at the end of the day, and I think if we could just get that
84.
out of him,
Jensen,
he'd go
you
another
require
level again.
122.
Because he has all the attributes. He's a superb dart player, superb thinker.
$90.
He
Derek, you
might
require
even have a 2-0 lead
130.
against Coulson. It depends on this, though. Oh, this is not ideal. This is half a bet he's got to aim at. Look at that. Look at that. Look at this.
105.
Just to get to the ball
Jensen, you
was some
require
effort from
32.
Derek.
Game shot
Very
on the
well
second
done, young
leg.
man.
Jensen Walker.
A lot of people are going to watch that and admire it. He's showing a
Third
bit of
leg, it's
resilience.
Derek to throw first.
And if
Game
you
on.
study that word, it means that you have to go through hard times to realize what resilience is. And he's going through that right now.
97.
And we do have some familiar viewers today. One of them is a certain Keegan Brown,
108.
who we mentioned earlier.
He
And he's drinking from a glass of water that is about the size of a fish tank, in homage to what we were talking about earlier on the table.
Well, just the same as what he drinks out when he's
93.
here, then.
Smart move, Keegan. Stay hydrated as the temperature continues to climb in Hampshire.
97.
Well, when you live on an island like he does, I suppose, you do get used to being surrounded by water.
This is true. And the Isle of Wight apparently gets the best weather of anywhere in the UK. So why would you want to move from there?
Well, because it's such an expensive bit of water to get across. That's why.
$60.
Is Derek in a bit of trouble here?
$60.
He might be
You
now.
require 164.
It's more likely that Jensen wins this leg than Derek.
57.
Or
Derek,
has
you
that just
require
changed?
120.
Yeah, definitely the bullseye I thought was the shot there.
Again, he's got to try and find half a bed. It was a good dart, but it wasn't good enough.
60. Jensen, you require 107.
And I'm with you. I think he should have gone bull with his last dart. But it might not mean a thing.
75.
If he'd been
Derek, you require
40% on
60.
doubles like Derek was yesterday, he'd be in the middle of the pack easily. Double 10.
Game shot on
Swiftly
the third
thrown
leg. Derek Coulson.
and very accurate too. We
Fourth
have
flag,
never
it's
had
Jensen to throw
a
first.
left-handed winner
Game
of a
on.
series. In fact, only one player in Super Series
85.
history who's left-handed has made a final, and that was in the very first one, Graham Usher. Since then, it's been all righties.
I have a funny feeling a
42.
shirt from that's on the players' room wall, actually.
140.
I think as an example of where the appropriate logos go on the shirts.
Yeah, Usher played really, really well in that first series. But Whitehead was inspired.
58.
That's a shirt. And if one thing, or one mythical thing,
95.
knows about resilience, it is a certain phoenix which rose from the flames. Bit like that one. I'm presuming that's what it is. I don't think it's a peacock on the barbecue.
No, you won't put a peacock on the barbecue, mate. You don't know how much those cost.
95.
Cool.
They're a bit loud.
They are very loud. They are actually a little. Them and guinea fowl are very much like in-house sirens for intruders.
97. Jensen,
Lots
you
of people
require
have them
86.
for that reason alone.
Jensen
Edge on
has
the
that
full
one.
flag. Jensen
And a
Walker.
3-1 lead. And if he keeps getting more famous, he might have to get some sort of guard
flag
guinea
is
fowl
Derek
for his
to the
house.
First. Game
If a
on.
guinea fowl or a peacock's making a noise, that's usually a sign for farmer, get your gun.
I can just see the sign now on the gate. Beware the guinea fowl.
133.
You use them. You don't tell people they're there. You use them. You want a good goose as well. A good goose that'll have you. A good
58.
wild gander is what you want. Bite you on the legs and everything. Nip your legs. That's what you want.
I'll take that under advisement.
Yeah, that's good as a guard dog, that is.
I'll tell you what's a really good name for a guard goose.
95.
Goose.
Yeah. Yeah, and then when you go out in the yard, you go, talk to me, goose.
Exactly.
84.
We do go down some roads in Champions Week, don't we?
Talk to me, goose. Champion film, Top Gun. Through the ages. Through
84.
the ages. I've heard there's going to be a Top Gun 3.
There shouldn't be. You should leave it where it was left after Maverick.
97.
Well, Derek is not performing at the same
45.
level as he has previously. I just wonder if Group A is starting to take its toll just a little bit. And that will place
44.
extra
Derek, you
emphasis
require 144.
on how he rests overnight. Winning this group was never going to be simple. But it's not as tiny
78.
as it was this time yesterday. But maybe the biggest thing that goes in his favour
85. Derek,
is
you
that,
require
yes, he's 3-1 down,
66.
but his opponent has not been able to finish the job today so far.
$42.
But it is a chance
Jensen,
to
you
win.
require 133.
He's pitched his tent
Derek,
on
you
tops.
require 24.
He will suspect that he's not coming back.
Game shot on the
And he
fifth
was
flag.
right.
Derek Coulson. Sixth flag. It's Jensen to throw first. Game on.
Who for you is the best left-hander that's ever played, Scott?
100.
I've asked this question of many people, and they all say the same thing.
I'm an old school guy. I used to love Alan Glazier back in the day. And obviously, Les Freeman from just up the road, Les Wallace. I always used to like watching him as well.
120.
Yeah, they're probably my favourites from the past. I'm sure there's better players now, James Wade, and have achieved more being a left-hander. But yeah, they were my
100.
favourites back in the day for sure.
I was told a story once that James Wade met Alan Glazier and didn't know who he was.
30.
I looked at the person who told me that story in horror. How can you not know who Alan Glazier is? Martin Phillips,
60.
one of my favourites from up in North Wales, and Mark Webster, of course. And you put them together, they deserve their own talk show. Absolute lunatics together, those two.
Yeah, I saw Martin 3 or 4 weeks ago, Phillips, and he
108.
He hurt his shoulder quite badly, which is what sort of brought his career to an abrupt end.
That's a shame. Martin's such a lovely man. I'd love to see him here, but that would be very much health dependent, which, by the sounds of it, it's not going to happen.
I don't think he hardly throws at all anymore. I don't think he bothers because I don't think he can get his arm high enough to from a sort of ligament tear, I think, from the shoulder. So
91.
Yes, still lovely to talk to, though. Him and the lovely Dawn.
100.
Oh, now. What do we got here?
Require 80.
A pressure shot from Jensen. How good will this start be?
Game shot
It's
at
just
flag. Derek
succulent.
And it had to be. Young Jensen Walker was right
7th
there.
and final leg. It's Derek to throw first. Game on.
He had one dart at double 16, hasn't he, to win it 4-1. Just cannot get himself another dart at it. And that's the class of Coulson.
The image I've got in my head now is
140.
you know the school picture you would have where the teacher's at the front in the middle and then all the students behind. The class of Coulson, and every student is Derek Coulson.
Yeah, very much so. Good response there from Jensen. A double treble visit of his own. 134.
The door is open. You don't walk through the door.
100.
You try and run through the tape, through the door, and don't look back. That's how you win matches.
Yeah, before that throw, Jensen would have been happy with a ton. But when he hit the 60 with the first dart, he would have then wanted one of the other two to go in for a 140.
100.
Because Coulson's always going to come back at you like this. But another ton here, or this is good.
140.
Fair play to the young man. He is not going away. He is making Coulson win this.
And this is the best he's played today. He's got the better average. He's got the better percentage as well. The only thing he's missing
42
is the win.
And you require 127.
He's kept Coulson under the cosh here.
Bullseye.
Game shot.
He wins.
Jensen
He
Walker.
was the better player. The averages will state that. And at the end of any game, sometimes you just need a hug. And this time, Jensen Walker gets a reluctant one from Derek. He does get some respect. Of course he does. But that was a hard-fought 4-3 victory for Jensen. And considering what he's gone through today with tight losses, that victory there shows you just how resilient that 18-year-old kid is. Very well done, Jensen. You win by 4-3. And when we come back, it's going to be McGurk against Campbell.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Jensen Walker got the better of Derek Coulson 4-3 thanks to a 1-2-7 and game in the final leg of the match. It means that Shane McGurk has got the opportunity to pull level on points and to the top of the table if he can beat Scott Campbell. In commentary, Paul Nicholson and Scott Mitchell.
Yes, any win for Shane McGurk, and he will hurdle Derek Coulson, not for the first time today.
First leg, it's Shane to throw first. Game on.
And without further ado, the end of round 4 is nigh. This is where Campbell was really cooking yesterday. And he's got himself in the mix here.
60.
There's actually a possibility that Scott Campbell can hurdle Shane. But he would have to beat him by 4-0. There would need to be a big, big swing.
140.
And considering everything we've seen, Scott, without looking at the table, that didn't feel likely towards the end of day 2, but Campbell is hanging around here and being troublesome for a lot of people.
Yeah, he is. I mentioned it earlier that he had a slow start yesterday and won the 3 games. He's
98.
He was unfortunate in the first game against King, but now starting to get ahead of steam up. Beating Jensen Walker and Alex Small.
134.
You fear if he is going to make a salt, even so much as on a Group B spot, he's got to turn either McGurk and Coulson over
60.
at least one time out of 3, haven't you, really?
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. No time like the present.
Yeah, you don't want to be leaving all that to the last day, and those guys are chasing top spot, and they're really sort of got the hammer down. So
it's a curious dynamic that we have with the evidence that we gained from yesterday. Because Campbell got better as the day went on, McGurk didn't. Just about. Double top. He was staring at that 16. And nearly left him on a different double.
54. Shane, you require 59. $19.
We've seen so many darts missed high on tops today. Unfortunately for Shane, 2 more. We were talking in the previous game about the fact that we've only had 1 left-handed finalist in a Champions Week. Who's to say it has to be Coulson? It might be Campbell.
First leg, Scott Campbell.
And we've only had 1 Scottish winner.
Second leg, it's Scott to throw
And in that final for Jim McEwen, he did not look back against Marino Michaels. He got himself to the championship game and he swept Marino aside.
$81.
yeah, that would have been a big game for Marino. Yeah, he's had a tour card. Yeah, he had a good couple of years on the WDF BDO circuit.
Fine player.
140.
Very unheralded. But very, very hard to beat.
Yeah, he is. Little in stature, big in heart, isn't he? When he's on the board.
Always been ripped as well. He's always had a body fat percentage of about 3.5 his entire life.
Well, same as mine and my big toe.
Yeah, more fat on a butcher's pencil.
45.
One of the best compliments you can be paid these days when somebody asks you what you do for a living or what you like to do with your spare time. And you say, I'm a dart player. And they say to you, well, you don't look like one.
43.
That's a compliment because things are changing. They've been changing for a long time.
81.
Can't say I've ever had that one. I said, yeah, I'm a dart player. Oh, yeah, looks like it.
I think you look like a farmer.
Do I? Have I still got straw in my hair? Is that what it is?
It's just because I know you. I know where you're comfortable with your wellies on.
Absolutely.
137.
By the way, after the conversation we had yesterday, there was a little bit of interest on social media for some Scott Mitchell branded wellies
95.
in
Ah,
pink.
You require
Good idea.
140.
Good idea. They're also very good Wellingtons for stopping you having hairs on your legs.
Is that true?
Yeah, I haven't had hairs on my legs since I was about, I don't know, 12.
100. Shane, you require 140.
Well, if you want to be a professional swimmer, get some wellies. Oh, well, you don't have to shave your legs.
46.
You're going to do those laser companies out of business.
40.
I know. I'm going to put a thing on Facebook. I guarantee you will not have any hairs on your legs. And then just put a pair of wellies up there for 50 quid. Wear them twice daily, once before lunch and once after lunch, all
20.
day.
Shane, you require 94.
Oh, this could have some welly, this shot. Well, apparently
54. Scott, you
he was feeling a
require
bit too
20.
hairy.
I think that shows a little bit what it means to McGurk this game. He knows it's very important to him.
Game shot on his second leg. Scott Campbell.
Campbell, like he's in his armchair, just pops up there, bangs it into double 10.
Third leg. It's Shane.
Always
to the
looks so
first.
composed to Scott.
Game on. $60.
Yeah, that's a quality you're going to need this week. On many different levels. Got a fascinating throw. When the dart is prodded forward,
100.
then he brings it back. He almost steps up the set position by about an inch before every throw.
135.
I always catch myself looking at the player instead of the board. So it's forward, back, then up, then through. It's a throw of stages.
6.
And most throws have 2, 3 stages, a back and through, maybe something else involved. But Campbell's got 5.
99.
You can associate numbers with his rhythm. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But every time he throws, it's exactly the same, and that is the point.
42.
Campbell should start on 19s with his number.
79.
It's always difficult when you start on the 19s and then you finish it off with a bad last dart. Because it always feels like you should have started somewhere else in the first place where you felt more comfortable.
Well, should go 18s now. Okay, don't. That leaves 185, so don't go 20s. So he just takes the 5 off
119.
instead.
Well,
Well,
you require 120.
he didn't get the execution, but the thought was there.
96.
It may just be the difference in leg 3, the fact that Campbell could not leave a finish.
If he can hit a 140 here, that's a difficult dart to get by now for a 140. But if he could have hit a 140 there with McGurk having not won a leg yet,
94.
it could have asserted enough
You
pressure.
require 32. Game shot on
Precious
the
for
third leg.
submarines.
Shane McGurk.
According to Shane. If you look at his nickname
Fourth
backwards,
leg, it's Scott to throw first.
it would say Warra. And what a shot that was. Oh, what a shot that was.
He
Nice opener to the leg from Scott Campbell.
140.
Campbell statistically is the better player by about 5 points. And that pattern that we established yesterday with McGurk, it seems to be creeping in again. He started with 107 average.
100.
Now he's averaging 83. And in his previous couple of matches, we've seen low 90s.
140.
So unless he gets a move on here, we're going to see him playing his best at the start and then dropping off again. His final game is against Alex Small. If he wants to stay in touch, regardless of what happens here, he's going to have to beat Alec.
43.
One thing that Shane did
55.
first time he came here is he made it cool to be the branded dart case on the stage. He almost pointed it at the camera every time, just reminding everybody of who he was. He made that cool. And he is a cool cat. But not even he can take out 166.
We can see him walking back from his previous
65.
visit. Not very happy with leaving 166.
85.
I'm not sure what benefit he got from going for the bull with the last start there. This is a famous shot on the bull. Majors have been won with a shot like that. A World Championship has been won, and a UK Open has been won via doing that.
To the row first.
And a 3-1 lead gives the Scot every chance of winning this game with it.
100.
I think that's a shot that Peter Wright will remember for the rest of his life. That gave him the 2017 UK Open against Gezi Price. And the rest is history.
100.
In fact, we might as well call 85 on the bull the 2017 shot. Because the Worlds was won that year on that, and the UK Open 3 months later.
$55.
Power scoring's not really been there for Shane in this game. In fact, neither player
140.
is finding many of them.
Yeah, Shane was a little bit like that yesterday. Doing that mid-80s average, and
96.
doubling percentage was enough to see him winning games.
Yeah, that's very fair.
134.
But this is a game of opportunities. And Campbell's had twice as many. Now look at what he's just done.
108.
That is a magnificent maximum.
82.
It could change things.
62.
He did put pressure on with the 180. And it did tell. And unlike Matthias Tell, I think that's his name from Tottenham, Campbell might hit the back of the net.
And the match.
And it's a 4-1 victory, which will be very disappointing for Shane McGurk. He'll have to stay on 12 points. But here's the news. Campbell has joined him on 12 points. There's only 2 legs separating those two in the table now. And that was an excellent performance towards the end for Scott. The maximum, the 70 checkout, the 14 darter at the end. It gives him a 3-leg victory. And now, as we go into the last round, things are very interesting.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We're about to enter the final round of matches on this Tuesday at Champions Week. And what a dramatic day we have seen thus far. Shane McGurk had the opportunity to go top of the table, but was beaten by 4 legs to 1 to Scott Campbell. So it's Derek Coulson that leads the way. He's on 14 points, but there's 2 players now within 2 points of him because that victory for Scott Campbell has put him onto 12. And look, don't discount Mervyn King in this conversation either. He could possibly be within a couple of points going into the final day's worth of action. But that relies on him getting the better of Jensen Walker here. Alex Small then takes on Shane McGurk, and big game at the end of the day now between Scott Campbell and Derek Coulson. Right, let's get into this one then. It's Walker against King with Paul Nicholson and Scott Mitchell.
The live lounge in Portsmouth is starting to resemble a florist's because everything's getting bunched. I think Henry's right.
First
We
leg,
cannot
it's Jensen to throw first.
Discount Mervyn King.
Game on.
Yeah, you don't get 75% off Mervyn. You get 100% Mervyn 100% of the time.
43.
But there's only one game left, and the best he can do today is get to 12 points. That will be quite the effort, considering he only got 4 points yesterday, Scott.
Yeah, it would. Absolutely would.
123.
We have to think about the possibility also that being in 4th position after Monday, Mervyn can still win this group. He could still top it after Wednesday, being 6 points behind after the first day. Now, he is still 4 points behind now. But imagine if Campbell beats Coulson and they're both on 14
140.
and Mervyn wins this game, he is right in it.
Yeah, they're not just all thinking about Group B spots, the top four, because they've kind of gapped Small and Walker at the moment. They're thinking of winning the group. They're not looking past top spot, any of them, just yet.
97. Jensen, you require 170. $58. Mervyn, you require
Mervyn
86.
could bring the bull into play here. He's hoping he doesn't need it. Oh, he's gone for the big single, and he's overshot it. Wrong club, Merv. He needed the wedge, not the 9-iron.
36. Jensen, you
Catches
require
a bit of a flyer.
112.
Double 16 for Jensen.
Oh, this would have
96.
core. That would have hurt
Mervyn,
Merv.
you require 50.
He's just wanting to get the job done now. Get the leg over and done with. One dart in hand.
42.
Oh, and he offers an opportunity
Jensen, you
again
require
to Jensen
16.
Walker. The old double trouble starting to rear its ugly head
Game's
again
on the
for
first
Merv
leg.
King.
Jensen
And
Walker. Second leg, it's Mervyn to throw first. Game on.
I wonder if Jensen Walker, as an interceptor, because we know what an interceptor is.
140.
They're traffic cops, right?
yeah,
I wonder what kind of car he would drive if he was an interceptor.
108.
Based on that maximum, it would be very efficient and very fast. And if he was an interceptor in Dubai,
128.
he'd be driving a supercar, because that's what they have for interceptors over there. Things like Lamborghinis and Ferraris.
100.
They're a bit more cloaked, the cars over here, aren't they? They just look like normal cars until they put the blues
59.
and twos on.
yeah, they are, and that's obviously for a reason. So they can catch you out a little bit, but yes.
43.
Mervyn knows a thing or two about fast cars. Driven a few in his time, and a few fast motorbikes. But there is actually a
98.
very fast car called the Exorcist. Did you know that?
Nope.
It was famously driven by James May.
46. Mervyn, you require 76.
Well, the moment I say the word Exorcist, everybody starts looking around. The power of Mervyn compels you.
56. Jensen, you require 132.
And he doesn't get another one. He's too young for champagne anyway.
92.
It's an
Mervyn, you
acquired
require
taste.
20.
It is indeed. As is double 10 for Merv King. And at the moment, he's getting further away.
No score.
How many times
Jensen, you
has
require
he missed double 10
40.
right today? And indeed, the last couple of days.
Game shot on
It's
the
cost him
second leg.
big.
Jensen Walker.
This result could be catastrophic for his Group
Third
A
leg,
challenge,
it's
and he is
Jensen to
left
throw
in
first.
disbelief.
Game on. $125.
Yeah, Merv had got himself back into this table and just started to look up, hadn't he, to see what more damage he could do and
100.
how much higher he could climb. And he seems to have targeted this one and maybe got it a little bit wrong mentally
55.
before he started. Trying to make sure on those doubles, isn't he? He's trying to make sure, whereas you've got to Just believe it a little bit and be more on a wing and a prayer.
140.
Yeah, there is such a thing as just feathering your dart towards the double, or you can throw
55.
with some punctuation. You're only going to hit a double if you think you are. And when you know you will,
140.
they are the better days. Now, which
82.
route does Mervyn
Revenue
use
required,
here?
121.
Is it treble 20, 45, 16? We'll never know.
$81.
That's a great single. Someone who is defensively minded could have bust that shot.
46.
Or maybe even gone for treble
Revenue
12.
required, 40.
Yeah, maybe. Let's get his first leg on the board in this one. Double
Gates
top.
on the third leg, Mervyn King.
13 dart leg.
Fourth leg, it's Mervyn to throw first. Game on.
It is a question of what could have been, but there's another question in the air. What can still be?
140.
I remember when Mervyn had these darts tailored by his manufacturer. He went from a smooth scalloped barrel to having some grip technology put in the middle of the scallops. And his game, pretty much overnight, gained about 3%.
100.
His form was astonishing, and that's why he made another Masters final,
135.
another final of the Players' Championship. This time it was at Coventry. And if he'd beaten Johnny Clayton at 21 Masters, he would have been in the Premier League.
131.
But it wasn't his time. It was the year of the ferret.
140. Mervyn, you require 130.
Walker not going away here.
That may be the two words
58.
that are going
Mervyn,
through
you
Mervyn's
require
mind.
86.
Jensen, go away.
61.
A leg four
Mervyn,
might
you require
belong to
72.
Mervyn after all. It is a 16. So is that.
52. Jensen, you require
That is not the end
25.
product he wanted.
But that was for Jensen Walker. And he takes a 3-1 lead.
Fifth leg, it's Jensen to throw first. Game on.
And Mervyn cutting a figure of someone who's dropped a £50 note and who has just found a busted lottery ticket.
140.
Yeah, and Walker's kicking on here.
Those two words, by the way, are very well said by Mervyn over the years.
101.
Many a personality has come to his table at the Pro Tour over the last 20 years, and
137.
if he doesn't value their company, he tells them to go away. And the one he did it the best to was Kirk Shepherd. Great relationship he has with Kirk.
121.
Kirk brings out Mervyn's whimsical side, his sense of humour. Kirk hasn't played for a while because he has been struggling with dartitis. And if you're watching, Kirk, we miss you. You're a good lad.
Yeah, did a few trips with him in my early days in the BDO
Jensen,
when he
you
was
require
there.
140.
He really was just a kid then.
100. Mervyn, you require
Yeah, not just a world finalist as
142.
well. Fabulous player. That needed to be fabulous because it looks like Jensen Walker is going to have a
60.
slightly better day than
Jensen, you
Monday.
require 40.
Tops. Press pause on that.
Revenue require 82.
3-1 up. Missing match darts is something we've seen from him today already. Gutsy. Double 10 does not deny him this time. Now this is definitely Jensen versus Jensen now.
Sick flag.
Because at 3-1 up, he's thinking, this is mine. 3 darts for tops? Yes, I'll take this. But because he doesn't, now his battle is between his ears.
Yeah, it is. Every time you've had match darts, you start to think, oh, here he comes. Oh, you start focusing on your opponent and not what you're doing. His scoring has been good.
96.
He's been getting down there, so he shouldn't doubt any of that. But it's easy to say. Sat up here in the commentary box.
$40. $140.
That's a great 140.
$42.
I just wonder if Mervyn is tiring a little bit here. That looked like a very tired visit. Whatever wind he's got left, he needs to find it.
121.
He needs to chuck his sails out and find some, yes, for sure.
$144.
Oh, that's a good find. Very good find.
144.
He's going to need more mismatched darts, you feel, from Walker.
128.
He is.
That's equally good from Walker. You do fear for King. It's looking like his last throw, isn't it?
The only crumb of comfort he may have
91.
is that today has been better than yesterday. But to him, it won't feel good enough. Having said that, it's happened again.
90.
Six darts for the match. And it's double 18.
81.
He's missed.
Jensen, you require 16.
Visit number 3 to beat the King. Make that
you
9.
9.
Is it a sign that Mervyn needs 9?
$7.
He can't find the end product either.
Jensen, you require 8.
Jensen's been here before.
Game
This
shot
time,
and the match.
he does
Jensen
get over
won.
the line. It's 4 legs to 2. And Mervyn does have a better Tuesday, but he will think it should have been just a little bit better. Jensen also has a better day than yesterday. 87.49 with a 4-2 victory. And now we have only 2 matches remaining, starting with Small and McGurk.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. 25,000
£1,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Jensen Walker got the better of Mervyn King by 4 legs to 2. Our penultimate match is a meeting between Alex Small and Shane McGurk, being watched by Paul Nicholson and Scott Mitchell.
Now these players know where they can be overnight. Mervyn King will have to settle for 10 points.
First leg, it's Alec to throw first. Game on.
So he can do no more. Jensen will start tomorrow on 6 points, still thinking
93.
that Group C will be his destination for Thursday and Friday. But McGurk, well, this game, with all due respect to Alec, it's all about the champ.
140.
Because if he wins, he will go to 14 points before Derek Coulson takes on Scott Campbell.
94.
If Alec wins, that is a heavenly result for Coulson and Campbell.
140.
Yeah, it certainly would be, and it would open everything
77.
wide open for a bit of a blast of a last day on Wednesday.
One thing's for sure,
45.
McGurk is going to have to play better than he did in his 5th game yesterday. He only averaged 79.5. Felt like he hit the wall a little bit.
131.
And a very tidy Derek Coulson disposed of him in 4 legs. Already you think, that's not going to happen.
136. Alec, you require 106. $49. Shane,
if he
you
gets
require
cooking here,
40.
He might just dispose of Alec in 4 legs.
Game shot on the first leg.
That's what he
Shane
needed.
McGurk.
Ah, the big glass is
Second
back.
leg, it's Shane to throw first. Game on.
Oh, how things have changed,
100.
Scott. What was it, 40 years ago? They were talking about how many pints a dart player would go through on the stage. Well, we can bring it up again now, because how many
93.
pints of water has Alex Small gone through today?
Yeah, indeed.
I wonder how much liquid a tennis player has to ingest when it's hot at the Australian Open or something like that. It's got to be close to
58.
a couple of litres.
Yeah, good point. Not sure. One thing I do know is that the plan so far for Shane McGurk in this match was to break nice and early, which he's done, and then command it from the front, which he is doing.
125.
Well, who would be the most imposing Irish sports person to compare him to? Because he does want to lead from the front here.
100.
I'd have to go with Sonia O'Sullivan.
101.
Great middle distance runner.
Yeah, the runner.
81.
He's throwing those darts with extra pep now. And I don't mean Guardiola. Bull.
37.
Not happy with that.
20.
He wasn't happy with his bullseye challenge a little bit earlier on either. Oh, well, how does he hit this?
10. Alec, you require 48.
That was a really tough shot. I think he might have needed to go more left on the oche to open up the bed.
$40. Shane, you require 10.
Double 5. Dodgy double. One up, one in.
Game shot on the second
That's happened
leg.
twice
Shane
now in
McGurk.
this game. He's gone 2 north and 1 in. One
Third
time on
leg,
tops,
it's Alex
one time on
to
fives,
first.
but
Game on.
you won't find him complaining when he's 2-0 up.
100.
Small once again had 2 darts to go 1-1 and
60.
fluffed his lines a little.
He might have that luxury a little bit in this group. Based on the situation he's in. He's not going to have that on Thursday and Friday.
45.
Because there's one thing we do know. Alec is not going to win this group. That's based on likelihoods right now. If he loses to McGurk,
140.
it's mathematical.
Alec, you require 121. 81.
He's a funny old cat, isn't he? When he gets it right, he looks irresistible.
80.
Yeah, and he's
Alec,
got to
you
be ruining those
require
couple of
40.
doubles in that previous leg. He could be thrown to be 2-1
It's
here.
on the third
Not
leg. Alex Small.
2-1 down, 2-1 up.
He's also using a Michael van
Fourth
Gerwen
leg,
branded
it's Shane to
dart,
throw first.
which I'm not sure Michael van Gerwen ever used.
No, I don't think he did. It's not one that I recognise, but
42.
it does work now and then for Alex Small, that's for sure. It's only 21 grams.
97.
Got a lot of groove. And I think these darts may have previously been very shiny.
108.
Well, there you go. 70.
125.
Almost at the end of day 2. So if we take that as the 2/3 point, we are gunning for 100 in Group A this week.
Yeah, looks more than doable as well.
97.
Although I wouldn't be surprised if there's a little bit of a slowing down on Wednesday, because when there's a bit more pressure on, we do see doubles percentages dip a little,
83.
averages dip a little, 180 scores do dip ever so slightly. Well, this could be a shot where Shane double dips on doubles. Just needs the 1.
60.
And again, he needed that third
I think
dart
you require
for the conversion.
143.
What do you think, Scott?
91.
Dart 1, 2 or 3?
Then you require 36.
Definitely dart 2 would be the way that I'd do it.
Game shot on the
Dart 3 strikes again.
Shane McGurk. Fifth flag, it's Alec to throw first. Game on.
Don't underestimate just how good that double 9 was.
140.
That's a really good shot. When Alec is waiting on 52. That would have been to level the game.
90.
It's still that susceptible
43.
range for McGurk, though, isn't it? It's an 84 average. It's not what we were seeing earlier on. But he is grafting.
It's a susceptible sort of average for any of us. You know, you're going to get darts at you, and you know that you're going to have to dodge a bullet or two at this level.
Does he look at the bull?
90.
Again, the thought was right.
$81.
Well, he needed to either smash it through to the 60 or go to the 18s, and he was caught in no man's land there.
Yeah, he throws so quickly. I think he thought about the 18s halfway through the throw, and by the time he tried to readjust, it didn't give him time.
43.
And the clock
Shane, you require 76.
is running, and time might be out for Alec on Tuesday. Even with that miss. And that
45.
miss,
Alec, you require 134.
Alec still needs a haymaker.
$40. Shane, you require 31.
Double 8.
No score.
And again,
Alec,
he's
you
hit the wrong
require
double.
94.
And if Alex Small does not hit this 94, we are staring the possibility
33.
in the face
Shane, you require
that Shane
31.
McGurk could win this leg after hitting 3 doubles.
$27. Alec, you require 61.
Surely he goes bullseye here to try and give himself 2 at double 18.
43. Shane, you require
Shane
4.
just wants this finished. If he misses this, he could be in a bit of trouble. Third dart again.
2.
Not this time.
Alec, you require 18.
Is this the pressure of the situation and the 2 points he knows he desperately needs?
Double 2.
No score. Shane, you require 2.
They could have both been in the madhouse at the end of their second day of Champions Week.
Game shot. And
Shane
the
will be
match,
mad,
Shane McGurk.
but because of what happened, he is very displeased. But here is the upside. Shane McGurk wins by 4 legs to 1. It doesn't really matter about how he played. It's the fact that he got the result. And it will be a fair fight going into Wednesday. The averages don't matter, the percentages don't matter, but the win, it definitely does.
Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth. It's time for the final game of the day between Scott Campbell and Derek Coulson. Before the break, Shane McGurk got the better of Alex Small 4-1 to move on to 14 points. And if Scott Campbell wins this game, then the top three will be on the same number of points going into the final day's action in this opening group of Champions Week. Scott Mitchell and Paul Nicholson are in the commentary box.
Yeah, fascinating stuff, Henry, because like we said about the previous game, we think this game is maybe all on one person.
First leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
And that person is Scott Campbell. If he wins, we've got that three-way tie at the top. But if Coulson wins, he retains the top spot after the first 2 days' play. And what's more,
41.
What a DC win would do is it would keep the status quo of the last 24 hours. A 2-point lead over McGurk and a 4-point lead over Campbell. And after everything we've seen today, with a Derek Coulson victory here, I think the ups and downs that we've seen, Derek would take the status quo out of your hand immediately.
100.
Yeah, I think any of us would in that situation. We would take exactly what we got if he can win this one.
140.
The major difference between yesterday and today is that Alex Small has actually won a game and Derek Coulson has not won every game.
43.
Everything else has been fairly similar. I know that Mervin's won one more game than yesterday, but it hasn't been that different. At times the standard has been higher.
100.
I think McGurk's loss to Campbell was a bit of a worry for McGurk, and then he played poorly there against Alex Small. He knew he couldn't really afford to lose two on the trot.
140. Derek, you require 161.
He got himself to the double, and he was 4 from 23 on the double, which is not McGurk at all. And I think that's the situation at the end of the day. He knows these two
65.
would be playing one another after him, and he kind of felt that he had to get his points on the board.
One thing that Shane's going to have to address tomorrow is the endurance of the day. Because if it goes down to the last round,
137. Derek,
and he needs a victory, he's going to
96.
need some energy, some freshness from somewhere. And he has not shown it the last couple of days. Great dart from Derek.
80.
But it could be a lead for Campbell.
40.
So tops up for Campbell.
Game shot on the first leg. Scott Campbell.
Just having a little look ahead
Second
to the
leg,
fixtures
it's
for
Derek
tomorrow.
To the first. Game on.
Get a load of this. Game 14. McGurk Coulson.
140.
Scott Campbell has got Mervyn King in the final round. What we do know is that Walker versus Small, the last game of this group, there's not going to be much on that one.
83.
But the two before it look like humdingers.
Yeah, going to be a little bit like after the Lord Mayor's show, aren't they, in that gas game?
108.
There is something to admire about that 180. It's not just the fact that he's hit a maximum, but it's how he did it. For someone who is noted for stacking his darts
60.
like cans of beans on shelves, he did it a different way there. He understacked.
$150.
Walking away disappointed with 150. He was thinking 165 to leave double eight after 9.
97. Derek, you require 31.
There are a few different routes for this. But that one will do.
Second leg, Derek Coulson.
And that is tied for the best leg of the week so far.
Third leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
It's nice to see that these two play on the same team.
I was about to say the same. Or they go to the same tailor. Maybe it's Phil. He used to have a shirt company.
100.
How good is that ton? My word. Scott Hastings would have been proud of that one. I am reliably informed that Campbell is a Rangers fan, by the way. He's not a fan of Aberdeen, even though he is from a little bit further north.
125.
So I'm sure plenty of an interesting conversation has been had between Campbell and Hendo, who is a very passionate Celtic fan.
Yeah, on more than one occasion, I would have thought.
Yeah, John's played a lot of his darts in Aberdeen over the years. Those guys up in northern Scotland have to do a bit of travelling for their local darts. It's not like Portsmouth where there is somewhere to play darts pretty much every couple of 100 yards. That's one of the reasons why we're here, because this is a darting town.
85.
He's trying to get a 140 or a 136 from this position. When you get a small 20, you're just backing yourself into a corner. He doesn't have to go for the 60 here. 19s, 18s.
60.
So he perseveres with the 20. Is that because he doesn't want to leave 118?
Yeah, possibly. And I think he'll get 2 digs at the treble as well, won't he? If he stays straight with the first.
133. Scott, you require.
Let's find out if staying on the 20s was the right idea. It might be. This was the plan.
98. Derek, you require 86.
Almost executed, but he's now given an opportunity to Coulson. It'll be treble 18 from here. Does he go brave or does he go big? Oh, he goes brave. Double 7.
72.
On the
Scott,
wire.
you require 18.
Double 9 had something to say about the previous match on more than one occasion. Give it a go, Scott. Don't be defensive.
9.
Well, I'll give him credit.
Derek, you
He
require
really did go
14.
for it on dart 3.
It was attack, 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 and now Coulson will do the same. It's just over the top. Use the dart.
Yeah,
lovely.
Third leg, Derek Coulson.
Place the first dart in the right place. That was lovely.
Fourth leg.
That was a
it's
classic
Derek to
double
throw
7
first.
situation.
Game on.
But the Scotsman will think he shouldn't have had that chance.
$140.
I'd be really interested to get Derek's thoughts at the end of today. Because yesterday he was talking about how he's not a morning person.
108.
If you're playing Group A, you've got to play the mornings. It is very, very grueling. So I've been told.
45.
Yes, Nico, it is. Yeah, it is. Very grueling.
Somebody finding their second wind, maybe.
140.
Coulson is putting in the kind of numbers that we would expect from him after the last couple of days on the whole.
96.
But he's nowhere near home and hosed here. Nice to see Scott donning the old salt and pepper look, which has been made very popular by George Clooney.
55.
Making Gray smart again. Nothing wrong with that. Derek's going for the Michael Van Gerwen look. Aerodynamic.
60. Scott, you require 126.
Always handy if you fall off a boat. That hairstyle.
Yeah, it's also very, very good for hat wearing because you don't ruin your hairstyle. How about bulls?
Game shot of
There's
full
never a
flag.
bad time for a
Scott Campbell.
bullseye. Even Derek,
Fifth flag. It's
the way
Scott to
things
throw
are looking for him
first.
in the table, which are kind of
Game on.
precarious. You've got to respect shots like that. That was fabulous.
Ironically, Scott Campbell had a 1-2-6 in the last game yesterday against Merv King.
108.
You're referencing the game where he played his best all day long. And he may be doing it again.
6.
Just looking through his averages for the day. 78, 94, 93, 90. I hate to say this, but
60.
he's having one dodgy game a day. The rest of the stuff is 90 plus. It happened yesterday, it's happening again today. If he can get rid of that dodgy game tomorrow, he can win this group.
140.
And Campbell's out of ring stuff today. He's been good today. 46% for the day is absolute world class.
60.
And you know what's weird? His bad game yesterday, although it did come in a win, was an average of 78.
$97.
He's in charge of this game right now. But one thing we've learnt from previous matches on Tuesday is that that might not last long.
$105.
Very, very sensible. And if he does get the win, the Scotsman will be the best player of moving day. He can
60.
be the only person who
Scott,
gets
you
8
require
points
96.
from the 15 games that we've seen from 9:30 to now. Just checking his position. But when you do so, it's important to reset and think of Dart 2 as Dart 1 again. This is a 50-50 call. Possibly 16s?
56.
Notice how he didn't go
Derek, you
double-double.
require 144.
Because that was definitely an off-the-table kind of scenario there.
Yeah, well, he didn't want to risk it with Derek on 144, and maybe if he doesn't complete this... Oh...
120. Scott,
You have to say that
require
Campbell
40.
played the right percentages there, I tell you, because if he'd gone double-double and gone outside, either the tops or the 18 with his second dart, he would have been in all sorts of problems. He's given himself 3 clear darts at it now. You'd say that one's perfect to slide down the barrel. But you've got to be able to hit the barrel.
No score.
Oh, it went between.
You are kidding
Derek,
us.
You require 24.
He's gone for the middle of the two barrels and he's pulled them apart.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Derek Coulson.
That one is going to hurt. I want to see
Sixth
again
leg,
if
it's
those
Derek
two
to go
barrels were
first.
touching each other.
Game on.
I think if they are, that dart goes in. Because they weren't, he hits the middle and they spread.
I don't think they were. I don't think they were right touching.
60.
That leg and the next one or two could stipulate who wins this group.
108.
But the Scotland captain has made of very sturdy stuff, obviously.
$140.
This really has been an excellent display from Coulson. However, you can see how many 180s have been hit over the last couple of days. We have seen
100.
a 141 checkout.
141.
But there are 141 checkouts, and then there are these kind. It's not the ideal time to get a 9-darter anyway. You want to save that for the last leg of the session. A la I can't even say it.
91.
Adam Mould. He did it with the very last leg, as did Sebastian Białecki when he hit one against Anton Östlund. So maybe Scott's saving it for the last leg of the session.
100. Scott, you require 50.
But he only has that chance if he takes this out.
Game shot on the sixth leg. Scott Campbell.
One more leg for the afternoon then.
Seventh and final leg. It's Scott to throw first.
This is without a doubt the biggest leg of the group. 3 people on 14 points if Campbell holds. If Coulson breaks, 3 players separated by 4 points.
$131.
That's a pretty good start. Things are getting very interesting, Scott. Tomorrow's going to be fun.
Extremely interesting. It's intriguing. I'm quite happy just sitting here watching this and not even trying to talk over it. It's an exciting game with 2 players that are right on the top of it. Scott Campbell playing a dream, playing like a dream here. Couldn't dream of playing a better leg of darts. Still needs another 6 to get out from here. He's going to get them. He's going to get them.
Seriously impressive. You're absolutely on the money, Scott, because we are seeing Scott Campbell right now playing brilliant darts.
41.
Could have picked a better moment to say that, but he's still got the advantage.
60. Scott, you require 149.
He has to turn the corner now. He's got to get under a ton here with this visit.
Job accomplished.
95.
Not bad.
Yeah, feel more settled now. Because no matter what Coulson does to him, he's going to get 2 at it. And you know what Coulson's going to do to him.
125.
Bad deflection there.
You require
but he's still in
54.
touch.
This is to be player of the day, to say that Scott has made his move.
14.
However,
Derek, you require 119.
is there a twist? If Coulson finds 119, it all changes.
Of all the people in all the land that you don't want to give an opportunity to.
His name is Derek. And he's
Shot
very
and the
cool.
match, Derek Coulson.
That is ice cold. Give that man an ice pick. Basic instinct and brilliant execution. And boy, oh boy, that could shudder the Group A table. 2 darts for the match, missed by Campbell, who was cantering towards making it 14 points for 3 players. And now Derek will lead by 2 points overnight again. 94.71. 119, the best checkout from Derek Coulson. But 94.71 was not enough. 98.8 it was. And he wins by 4 legs to 3.
Well, after all of that, Derek Coulson is still top of Group A, and that was after a dramatic day's worth of action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. This is what we've seen on this Tuesday. It began with a 4-1 victory for Mervyn King against Scott Campbell. At that point, we thought maybe it's going to be the King that was going to make the move on moving day, but since then, it's all been about Scott Campbell. Shane McGurk and Derek Coulson, well, they've had up and down days, the pair, but at the end of it, it's still Derek Coulson that has that 2-point gap at the top of the table. It's pretty much as you were in terms of the top positions in the group. Coulson on 16 points, McGurk on 14, Scott Campbell with 12 points to his name, and it looks like 1 and 2 will be going head-to-head for the top 2 positions, 3 and 4 will be going toe-to-toe for Group B, whereas it looks like Wednesday will be a day where Jensen Walker and Alex will be looking to be spoilers ahead of a campaign in Group C on Thursday and Friday afternoon. Well, Paul Nicholson and Scott Mitchell have made the very quick sprint from the commentary box over to the studio. A dramatic day, but at the end of it, we kind of finish as we started.
Yeah, an exhausting Tuesday where nothing has changed. A really strange statement, but position-wise, nothing has changed. But everything hinged on that last leg of the day. And I think we're going to be talking about that 119 checker for a while, because that's something that will stick in the memory.
Scott Campbell's going to be hurting after that one, isn't he?
5 180s in the game. You know, he did every single thing right until those last 3 darts. And it's just, this game just breaks your heart at times when you're playing. And in such a tough situation, to get himself 3 clear darts, he'd have backed himself all day with that. But in the moment, it just got away from him.
If you're Derek Coulson, how do you conjure up the courage to take out that 119?
You'd have to ask him that, but we can just sit back and admire it. We felt in the commentary box that not taking tops with 2 darts, that you were leaving yourself exposed a little bit, maybe to the wrong person, because Derek is cool under pressure, and he has done things like this before, and he's got such a great record of winning tight matches here. So to see him do that isn't a surprise, but we feel it from Scott's side. Scott Campbell, that is, not Scott Mitchell. But quite frankly, when someone does that to you, you have to just walk deliberately 1 step at a time, because quite physically you're feeling it.
Have we seen 2 different sides of Derek Coulson so far this week? Monday, he blitzed through the field. Today, he's had to dig in a little bit more.
Yeah, I think that's a really good call, Henry, actually. We have. Today has been, he wanted to break that record at the start of the day, so that kind of went wrong for him. Then after you've lost the game here, you then under a certain amount of pressure because you don't want to lose 2 in a row. It's vital that you don't. So then he battled his way through the next one. Then he kind of sat back and watched Mervyn have a bit of a run. McGurk had a bit of a run. And then it was Campbell at the end. And he kind of went under the radar for the middle couple of games. But when he needed to come back out, he was coming out. That 119, world class finishing.
Will Shane McGurk feel like he's missed an opportunity here today?
Yeah, maybe. He hasn't been assisted by Campbell in that last match, because obviously he would love to have had a tie score with 2 people and going into a bit of a Royal Rumble for Wednesday. But one thing Shane's got to address is that he does seem to lose focus and energy towards the end of his schedule. That simply cannot happen tomorrow. He's got Coulson in his last game, and if you were to offer him right now, that would be a shootout. He would take it. However, if he's in that situation, he's going to need more than he's had the last couple of days.
Well, he just lost there to Mervyn King in the VT that we've shown. In terms of Mervyn, what would be your overall assessment of his day?
I think if you ask Mervyn, he'll tell you the same. I think it's been that double trouble again at times when he's really, really needed it. There are times that he hasn't needed it and he's got himself out of the mire, but there was times that he needed it and he just keeps giving up opportunities to his opponents. He is Mervyn King, and opponents love beating you. When you're a top name, you cannot fall off. It just happens to everybody, and unfortunately, it's happening for Merv here. But you know, Merv, he'll bounce back tomorrow. He'll come in. He'll be revamped tomorrow and be trying to go 5 out of 5 tomorrow, no matter what.
Take aside that last game, is there an argument to say that Scott Campbell's been one of the players of the day today?
Yeah, I think if you take that last situation away, I think he has been the player of the day. He's had one bad result, or should I say one bad performance, yesterday and today. The rest of the stuff, he's averaged over 90 in every game. That is great consistency, but this is Champions Week. This is not where you're going to get away with everything. That last game proves it. He got away with it yesterday against Alex Small. He averaged 78 and still won. But today, he ramped it up a notch. He was a little bit better, and he's walked away with the same amount of points.
Have you seen a better side of Jensen Walker today? Yeah,
much more positive side. I don't know what he did yesterday, but he looks a different player today. You know, we were talking midway through the day that anything like round 160, 161, 167, he looked the more likely of all the players to hit a big shot. He was just doing the right things right at the time. He'll be disappointed. He lost a couple of 4-3s there that maybe should have gone his way. But for him, I think he's now got to be looking to the rest of the week and trying to find a bit of momentum going into it.
Just finally, let's have a look at the table going into tomorrow's action. The land lies with Derek Coulson at the top. What do you think one of the chasing pack has to do to stop Derek?
Fast start and make sure that when you play Derek, you're in your prime form. That's what tomorrow's about. You might as well give them T-shirts. Stop Derek. And it might be the people who aren't involved in this race for the top spot that may be able to help. Mervyn King, if he can get a win against Derek, that'll help both of them, but they can help themselves by beating him and stopping him from getting to 20 points.
Scott, Paul, thank you so much for your company. I really do appreciate it. Plenty coming up across Pluto TV between now and tomorrow. Coming up next, the latest edition of the Tungsten Talk features Mervyn King, who'll be talking about the highs and lows of his career. And we've got more darts for you from 3 o'clock as we replay coverage of the ADC Global Championship Grand Final, including the likes of tour card holders Darryl Pilgrim, Marvin van Velzen, Bradley Brooks and Adam Lipscomb in action. The live action is back tomorrow from 9:30 as we see the first player through to Champions Night. Derek Coulson's in the box seat, but anything can happen, and Champions Night will be with you Saturday from 7:30 p.m. live here exclusively on Pluto TV. Well, it's been a dramatic day, but at the end of it, once again, Derek was able to keep his cool and keep his place at the top of the table. From all of us here, take care. Bye-bye for now.
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is
it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty Harrison! Marvin van Velzen!
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin van Velzen! And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!